Evening, the May 12th, 2026 regular business meeting of the Douglas County School District Board of Education is now called to order. So we'll begin with roll call. Director Callahan?
Here.
Director Densler? Here. Director Geiger?
Here.
Director Meek? Here. Director Parker?
Here.
Director Ryan?
Here.
And Director Thompson? Here. Okay, quorum is present. If you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Great, thank you. So we'll now move into our DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Okay, last month was National Library Month. We are excited to have the opportunity to recognize some of our incredible school library staff this evening. I almost said this morning. This evening, we have 10 librarians, 2 library assistants, and 1 assistant principal who received the Highly Effective Schools Through Libraries designation from the Colorado Department of Education. So that's HESTL. The Highly Effective Schools Through Libraries is a credentialing program that recognizes outstanding library programs and school library professionals. It also provides guidance in school libraryship best practices. So I'd like to start with having Tracy King, our Director of District Library Media Center, to come on up and join me for these recognitions. Hi, Tracy. All right. Okay, Tracy, would you like to share a few words about the importance of this program and what it means for our schools and our students?
Of course. Earning a HESL credential and receiving recognition at the state level serves as a powerful testament to the exceptional work our librarians are doing in their schools. This achievement not only highlights their contributions to student learning, but also underscores the vital role libraries play in creating inclusive spaces where students feel valued, supported, and seen. I want to thank the administrators who have championed their library staff in pursuing this important recognition. Their support is instrumental in elevating the profile of school libraries across our district.
Okay, so let's bring our library staff by region, starting with the Castle Rock region. I'd like to have Executive Director of Schools, Erin Cruz, please join me up front. And please join me on stage. I hate that it's a stage. On stage when I call your name. Seems like fun. All right. Castleview High School, Gretchen Stutluck and Dr. Gina Templeton. And from Douglas County High School, we have Mo Olson, teacher librarian, Audra Jesma, library assistant, Laura Whitenhagen, library assistant, and Tony Kappas, the principal of Douglas County High School. I was at Douglas County High School this morning, so I'm representing Douglas County High School today myself. So come on up, please. And how about a round of applause for these amazing individuals? All right, Erin, I'm going to let you say a few words if you'd like to.
Sometimes that library is just that sacred place in the school for so many students that maybe don't have a place. And so I just thank you ladies so much for the work and the space that you've created for our students on both sides of the highway.
There's no wrong side of the highway. All right, Directors Ryan and Parker have certificates for you, and then we're going to get a quick photo. Congratulations again, you guys. Thank you for all that you do for our children. Center. Oh gosh, okay. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Here I am. Congratulations again, you guys. Congratulations. Thank you so much. All right, next we have the Parker region. Executive Director of Schools, Kristen Drury, was unable to be here tonight, but she sends her congratulations to each of you in the Parker region. So please join me on stage when I call your name. Gail Golash, librarian, and Gold Rush principal, Dr. Jenny Brown from Gold Rush Elementary. And from Ponderosa High School, we have Kathleen Gould, the teacher librarian, and Ponderosa High School principal Ryan Hollingshead. Please come on up. How are you? All right, so how about one more round of applause for Ponderosa and Gold Rush? And Director Thompson has your certificates, and then we will do a photo. Congratulations. I know. I should have apologized in advance if I murder anybody's name. I'm not very good at the name thing. I have nightmares about it. All right. Great. Ready? All right. Next, we have the East Highlands Ranch Region. Executive Director of Schools, John Gutierrez, will you join me up front? And then please join me when I call your name. Erica Liu, teacher librarian, and Crest Hill Middle School Assistant Principal Gina Chambers. Please come on up. John, do you want to say anything?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Well, first of all, congratulations, and thank you for your dedicated service to our students and families. You are absolutely making a difference here in Douglas County, and we appreciate you.
All right, very much. Okay, and now we will have our directors. Oh, I'm missing some. I didn't turn the page. Hold, please. Sorry. Highlands Ranch High School. I'm so sorry, Gina. Highlands Ranch High School, Gina Bernacci. And Highlands Ranch High School Principal, Julia Cayley. This is what happens when I don't turn to the next page. I just stopped at the bottom of the page. So we're going to do a little do-over. Come on up, Julia. And Board Director Geiger will be handing out your certificates. So how about a big round of applause for all these amazing folks. Here he comes.
Oh, no apologies. It's fine. Do you want me to put my I do want you to put the camera on me.
In the white.
Gina?
Yes, thank you.
Erica?
And now that I'm all flustered, I have two more to invite up. Amy Temple, teacher librarian from Rocky Heights Middle School, and Rocky Heights assistant principal, Colin Hilzediger. I don't even know if I did that right. So, all right. Here they come. They're coming off of left field, or right field, I guess. Come on over. Anywhere you want. All right, one more round of applause. I will get this right next time. Congratulations, you guys. All right, and we'll do a picture with Highlands Ranch.
It's a big group with,
I didn't miss someone else, did I? You guys. Fired. All right, let's see. How did I miss? I don't have an Alicia. Is it West? It's Highlands Ranch West. Probably. That's why. Okay. Well, thank goodness, because then I can't do these anymore if I'm this bad. All right. All right, here we go. Highlands Ranch East Side picture, please. Thank you. Congratulations again, you guys. All right. And now we have the Highlands Ranch West Side. So we have Mountain Ridge Middle School, Alicia D'Antonio, and Mountain Ridge Middle School Principal, Allison Shaner. Please come on up and join me. Kim Cox from Mountain Vista High School, and Rob Segley, Principal. And from Summit View Elementary, we have Kathy Cedar, Librarian, and Summit View Elementary Principal, Marlo Franks. Okay, now I didn't miss anyone, right? All right, congratulations to all of you. Thank you for all you do for our students. We're just so grateful, and that goes for all of you as well. Thank you so much. It makes a big difference, and what you guys do matters, and it sets kids' hearts on fire for books And I think that is such an important thing for our children to have as they go into their life, just that love of learning and love of reading. So thank you for that. All right, a quick photo, and Director Geiger has more certificates if he has not already handed them out, as well as Director Meek. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much to all of our school librarians. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that concludes tonight's recognitions.
All right, thank you, and congratulations to everyone. So the next item on our agenda is acceptance of the agenda item. Before we approve the agenda, I just want to briefly note a quick change to item 9.4. While it's currently listed as the proposed budget, we've since learned that the full budget document is not available, so instead the board will receive a budget update presentation with the full financial plan coming at our next meeting on May 26th. So just to ensure accuracy and transparency, I propose revising the agenda title to School Year 2026-27 Budget Update Presentation. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended. A question? Director Thompson.
I'm sorry, do you mind just saying one more time the title?
9.4. So currently, 9.4 is school year 2026-27 proposed budget. The recommendation is that it's school year 2026-27 budget update presentation.
Move to adopt as amended.
Second.
So it has been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Callahan that the board approve the agenda with the proposed amendment. The motion is now open for any further discussion. Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and take roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. So we'll now move to superintendent reports. Superintendent Kane.
Okay, thank you so much. This past week, on May 7th, marked 7 years since the tragedy at STEM High School Highlands Ranch. This is a day we will never forget, and I'd like to ask for a moment of silence to honor this day. Thank you so much. I would also like to express our gratitude to our DCSD safety and security team, our school resource officers, and all of our first responders for taking care of our community and keeping our students safe. Okay, we are in the final stretch of this school year. Many of our high school seniors are finishing up this week, and this weekend marks the start of graduation season. The graduation schedule and links to live streams are on the DCSD website for any citizens that are looking for those. Last Tuesday, May 5th, was National Teacher Appreciation Day. There are simply not enough words to adequately thank our incredible educators for all they do for our 62,000 students. We appreciate each one of our educators so much and encourage our community to show their teachers the appreciation this week. And of course, it happened to also fall on a snow day. So last week was also DCSD Staff Appreciation Week. Thank you to all the amazing employees across our school district for everything they do. We celebrated at Wilcox with a staff breakfast, and our schools, families, and PTOs showered our teachers and staff with love throughout the week. Here are a few other May milestone dates. May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. National School Principal Day was May 1st. National School Lunch Hero Day was May 1st. National School Nurse Day was May 6th. National School Communicators Day was May 8th, so a giant shout out to our communications team, our Chief Communications Officer Stacy Rader, our PIO Paula Hands, Jason Hackett, and our entire comms team. Thank you for what you do. National Speech and Language Pathologist Appreciation Day is May 18th. On April 24th, I visited all of our feeder areas in a single day, allowing me to talk to about 3,000 educators and staff in person. It was so much fun. I spent about 40 minutes at each talking about the state of our district and the future. The schools heard from some of our amazing high school seniors and the experiences that they had in our schools. We had a blast, and it was very well received. We did ask our employees to complete a short survey after the presentation. Out of over 1,700 responses, 88.3 rated their excitement for the future of our district as a 4 or 5 on a 1 to 5 scale. 98% believe DCSD is on the right track, and 99% would support a 2026 MLO. So those are really encouraging numbers. Thank you for all the optimism and positivity of our amazing staff and teachers, even at the end of the year when I know everybody is tired. Douglas County residents have received our annual report via direct mail. Director Geiger, would you hold yours up? Or one of you guys, there. Kelly can be Vanna White today. There we go. This is our annual flyer, so everyone should have received this in the mail. We believe it's really important to be transparent about how taxpayer dollars are being used and how our school district is funded. Many who received the mailer attended the State of DCSD event last Monday, and since the mailer went out, we have had 300 new gold card signups. So that puts us at nearly 2,300 members to date. Last Monday, we hosted the 2026 State of the District event, and turnout was incredible. We had approximately 300 attendees in person, including school leaders, staff, families, students, and senior gold card members. The recording of the event has received over 700 views. It was a great night where I presented on the state of our district. We heard from a panel of soon-to-be high school graduates, and we celebrated our schools who won academic awards from the Colorado Department of Education. Last Thursday, we had the honor of celebrating our 2026 Perseverance Scholarship recipients at the May District Leadership Team meeting. There's never a dry eye in the house as we hear about the ways these students have persevered through life's challenges. I can't even get through this paragraph without crying. Many of the videos are available to watch on the DCSD YouTube channel, and I encourage our public to go see some of these amazing students. The annual DCSD retirement ceremony also took place last Thursday. While we are always sad to say goodbye to some of our most experienced employees and teachers, we absolutely wish them the best in retirement and thank them for their years of service. And if Tracy King is still here, our district librarian, congratulations on your upcoming retirement. The bus rodeo and technician competition event took place on April 25th at Ponderosa High School. This amazing all-day event allowed drivers and mechanics from all over the Front Range to participate in a variety of cool competitions, including obstacle courses for bus drivers, like parallel parking and navigating narrow channels, evacuations, etc., and mechanics competing at various stations with broken buses. It is so much fun to watch. Congratulations to DCSD Parker mechanic Joe Kubik, who won overall best at the event. Congratulations to the 3 2026 Betcher Scholarship winners from DCSD. Abuman Gouda, Rock Canyon High School, plans to attend the University of Colorado Boulder. Uyarka Jane, Mountain Vista High School, plans to attend the University of Colorado Boulder. And Brogan Myers, Thunder Ridge High School, plans to attend the University of Colorado Boulder. As Betcher Scholars, these students will receive an $80,000 scholarship award across 4 years, along with institutional merit and/or need-based aid. The annual DCSD Film Festival takes place this Thursday, May 14th at the Legacy campus. The annual chicken races at Sedalia Elementary are coming up on Friday, May 15th at 10 a.m. Yes, I said chicken races. And if you have not been, I cannot recommend it highly enough. It will really fill your bucket. Also, this Thursday is the Vail High School Velatorian from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. This is a student-driven marketplace where entrepreneurship, innovation, and community engagement come to life. So I look forward to seeing all of you at graduations. Thank you so much for participating in so many. It means the world to our staff, and that concludes my updates. And I'm really hot.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. That takes us into public comment, item number 6. Public comment is an important part of our democratic process, and the board values from hearing from our students, families, staff, and community members. Each registered speaker will be allotted up to 3 minutes to address the board. To support a respectful and productive environment and to model for our students the civil discourse we expect, we ask all speakers to address comments to the board rather than to staff, individual audience members, or guests. Please keep remarks appropriate for a K-12 educational audience and refrain from discussions of all personnel matters that are more appropriate for executive sessions. Please be aware that public comments are public records. All board meetings are recorded and posted on the district website in accordance with open meeting laws. If you wish to keep personal information private, please do not include it in your comments. Board members do not respond during public comment portion of the meeting. Board-related matters may be followed up by the board president at a later time, and operational matters may be referred to the superintendent for appropriate follow-up. So tonight we'll begin with speakers who signed up to speak in regards to the first public hearing regarding the charter school application submitted by Renaissance PK-12 Charter School. We'll start with virtual speakers first and then in person. And then after that, we'll open up public comment to all other topics. At this time, would all in-person public commenters please make your way to the front of the room? When your name is called, adjust the microphone so we can hear you clearly, and begin with identifying yourself by name and whether you are speaking for yourself, another individual, or a group. So the first speaker we have is virtual, and it is Chrissy Shorley. Chrissy Shorley, are you online? Ms. Shorley, please go ahead and begin. Ms. Shorley, if you're able to unmute, now is the time. Okay, we will move to our in-person and come back to Ms. Shorley if needed. The next individual will be Brittany Pierce, followed by Amy Stevens, and then Scott Mengel. Brittany Pierce.
Good evening. I am here on behalf of student Mary Talafuse, who could not be here in person tonight due to theater practice. And I would like to invite you all to our production, Renaissance Blue Curtain Theater's production of Between the Lines. It begins a week from Thursday. So I have her video recording, and I'm hoping it doesn't blow you out of, we'll see about volume.
My name is Mary Talafuse. I'm in the 8th grade, and I attend Renaissance Secondary School. This is my first year attending, and I cannot be anything more than grateful. Moving into a new school as an 8th grader seemed really scary at first, but Renaissance personally gave me so many opportunities to make new friends and to meet new people. I'm not just talking about its academic classes, but its unique inclusion of 3 electives. I got to make plenty of friends from every grade and got to be able to show different parts of myself. Personally, I have learned many things that have been on my bucket list, such as learning guitar and playing decently well. Renaissance is a smaller school, which, as someone who has just moved from a school with well over 1,000, I can tell you it's better than you would think. It gives you chances so that everyone knows you and you know everyone. It builds a tighter community. Not only is Renaissance filled with amazing people, but their environment and school building is very bright and fun. On the middle school side, there is a slide, letting students remember to have fun and that they are kids as well. When it was senior send-off, they got to relive their childhood as they said goodbye going down that slide. This just proves to show all the great activities and rallies our school has. It's not just boring talks or addresses we may get, but events where we all get to participate. For example, drum circles, which we have every first Friday of the month, help us all play and beat and connect as one. We have events to show our school spirit, and I guarantee you, if you look around at these things, almost everyone has a bright smile on their face. Not only that, but our school has voyages, which are a great way to help kids learn and explore things they never do. While it does cost money, the school provides more financial aid than I have ever seen in my life. Can't afford the choir shirt? Renaissance got you covered. It has helped many of my friends' families and helped my family with discounts. This school shows no matter how your life is at home or what you're struggling with, you still get to share the same opportunities as everyone else and you will be treated just the same. Renaissance helps us become modern and creative innovators. This school means more than just grades. You don't realize how great these qualities can really be until you experience it. These activities bring up the vibe and joy of our school. That's why we would like to expand our school. We bring great opportunities, great kindness, great passion, and an overall great learning experience. I genuinely believe we can help children in such a great way just by opening a new school. I want to share my experience with many others just because of how much it has taught me. Help us make our
15
future
seconds
generations'
remaining.
education more well-rounded and give us the opportunity to expand.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Amy Stevens, followed by Scott Mengel, and then Ryan Lazarne.
Good afternoon. I'm reading on behalf of Jana Zinzer. She's a Renaissance supporter. My name is Jana Zinzer, and I'm sorry I could not be there today personally to express my enthusiastic support for expanding the Renaissance School. I am passionate about what Renaissance offers that I feel other Douglas counties provided, I should put my glasses on, that I feel no other school in Douglas County provides students, and that is a passion for learning, a belief in themselves, an ability to take on hard tasks, a sense of community and belonging, and a connection to the world to make it better. I have 6 kids who went to Douglas County schools. The 2 that went to Renaissance went on to college. Academics are simply not enough. My son went to another Douglas County school through 2nd grade. He was so shy in kindergarten, I gave him points if he talked to anyone at school. At Renaissance, he learned to become a leader. His teachers had his back, and he began to believe in himself. He participated in theater and choir, led the drum circle, began to make movies. He learned that he can overcome obstacles. He worked at the AMC starting at 14 and put himself through college by being an assistant manager. He was well prepared for academic success, but Renaissance also gave him the confidence to try hard things. He graduated from Colorado Film School and just finished an environmental management degree from the University of Hawaii. Renaissance values leadership, independence, and fighting through struggles. My son would come home from Renaissance camping trips exhausted and dirty, but proud that he had climbed the mountains and that he didn't know that he was capable of reaching. And he continues to do that with life's challenges. My daughter went to Renaissance from kindergarten all the way through high school, except for 2 years. At Renaissance, she participated in theater, community service projects, a rafting trip that she thought she would never survive, but she loved it. She is graduating this week from CSU. She had an internship this year with CSU Athletic Department and is currently working for the Rockies baseball team. Her ability to go for things that seemed impossible is due to Renaissance, their philosophy and their expectations of the students to climb, to go for it. Renaissance teachers and staff care about the kids. They push them to try and accomplish hard challenges, achieve high academically, care about people and the environment, and learn to be leaders. Renaissance is a community. Don't get me wrong, Renaissance kids still argue and worry and complain and they're kids, but Renaissance teaches them to put one foot in front of the other and help others along. And like all of us, sometimes they fall. But to have the experience of Renaissance, of knowing that they can get up and keep going, that they can succeed, and that failure is not an end, only a motivation, and that teachers and staff believe in them is a gift that carries them through life. I know your decisions as a board are hard, but you can't go wrong in backing a Renaissance success. I am
15 seconds
I am
remaining.
very definitely in support of expanding Renaissance and its goals of giving kids a running start towards high achievement in school and beyond, and the ability to climb life's hard mountains. Thank you, Jana Zinzer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Scott Mengel, followed by Ryan Lazzaroni.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Scott Mengel, and I'm speaking tonight in strong support of the charter expansion for Renaissance Secondary School. I come to this conversation after more than 30 years as an educator. During that time, I founded Heritage Elementary here in Douglas County, later served as Chief Growth Officer for Expeditionary Learning, and eventually founded the Downtown Denver Expeditionary School, a high-performing K-5 elementary school. This work is also deeply personal for me. My own children attended EL-focused schools, and today all 4 of my grandsons attend EL schools as well. I've seen firsthand the long-term impact this approach can have on curiosity, confidence, resilience, compassion, and academic growth. What makes schools like Renaissance different is not simply academics, although rigorous academics absolutely matter. It's the combination of rigor, relevance, relationships, and character. Students are known well. They're challenged intellectually. They engage in meaningful work and learn to contribute to something larger than themselves. And this way of doing school is meaningfully different from what many families typically encounter in Douglas County. That is not a criticism of the district. It's simply a recognition that families want different kinds of educational experiences for their children. Many parents are not looking for just another school that looks and feels like all the others. There's strong and sustained demand for schools that emphasize experiential learning, crew, student voice, adventure education, interdisciplinary learning, and deep relationships. Families are clearly asking for this opportunity. One of the board's important responsibilities is to understand and respond whenever possible to the expressed needs and desires of its families. In this case, the demand for expansion is more than evident. And just as importantly, Renaissance Secondary has already demonstrated the success, leadership, and organizational capacity necessary to guide this expansion responsibly and effectively. In my professional view, that is not in question. As both an educator and a grandparent, I believe in high-quality public charter schools and the role they play in expanding meaningful options for students and families. Not every child thrives in the same environment, and schools like Renaissance provide a powerful and proven alternative. I respectfully encourage the board to support this expansion and allow Renaissance to continue building on the strong foundation it's already established. Thanks for your time and your service to students and their families.
Thank you. Next, we have Ryan Lazzaroni.
Tough to follow Scott. As both a parent and a member of the Renaissance Secondary School Accountability Committee, I've seen firsthand how Renaissance schools strengthen our community and prepare students for long-term success. The data supports this. Even in Douglas County School District, which is already one of the highest performing districts in Colorado, if not the highest, Renaissance Secondary School performs at a very high level academically, including strong graduation rates, strong SAT performance, and an overall high state performance rating. The model works. But what makes Renaissance special goes beyond just test scores. I have 2 students who went through Renaissance Elementary and now attend Renaissance Secondary, and I've watched them grow not only academically, but as capable, confident young people. The expeditionary learning model helps students apply what they learn in meaningful, real-world ways. Students don't just study concepts in a classroom, they experience them. Understanding friction in science class is important. Applying that knowledge while tying knots to tie down gear or belay ropes on a staff-led backpacking trip makes that learning real and memorable. I could only dream of opportunities like that when I was a student. Renaissance schools are building strong students, but they're also building resilient, collaborative, and capable people. As we discuss enrollment and future planning, it's important to remember that Castle Rock continues to grow rapidly. Castle Rock's population has increased significantly since just 2020, and thousands of new residents continue to move here every year. Over a quarter of those residents are under 18 and need schools to attend. The demand for high-quality educational options is not going away, and beyond broader community growth, there's already direct demand for Renaissance specifically. In recent years, the Renaissance Elementary kindergarten waitlist has been large enough to fill multiple classrooms with incoming students. These are families actively seeking this model for their children, but unable to access it because of capacity limitations. These are families who want to stay in DCSD and also want what Renaissance offers. I respectfully ask that the board support what the data, current families, and prospective families are already telling us. There is both a need and a desire for the expansion of Renaissance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blair, is our online public commenter still there? Okay, that then completes the section of our public comment related to Renaissance Secondary.
I just have one more student. We thought we signed her up, but would you mind if I spoke on behalf of her to read her statement?
It's so hard to say no to these things when it's. Go ahead, please.
This is from student Zoe Lasolo, 2025 Renaissance alumni. I attended 3 different schools in my high school.
Hi, can you hear me?
If you don't mind pausing, we'll let our virtual speaker speak
sure,
since
yep.
she's coming through right now. Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
Go ahead.
Hi there. My name's Chrissy Shorley, and I'm a parent of a current 6th grader at Renaissance Secondary School. We also have a 4th grader who we absolutely plan to enroll, and we wish that we had the opportunity to do so now. I really would have preferred to be there in person tonight, but because we have some scheduling conflicts, I wanted to make sure that my voice was still heard because this is really important to our family. We first learned about Renaissance through a friend whose child attended the school, and she could just not say enough wonderful things about the community and the experience there. My husband and I decided to tour the school ourselves, and honestly, we immediately felt something different. The principal was warm, welcoming, and deeply knowledgeable, and the entire environment felt intentional and student-centered. Initially, what drew us in was the outdoor education component, but what has truly kept us here is the project-based learning and the way Renaissance encourages curiosity, independence, and confidence in its students. After our tour, we brought our son to visit, and ultimately it became his decision to attend Renaissance. And then since enrolling, we've watched him grow in ways that we honestly didn't expect. He's developed strong friendships, he's grown academically, and he's become genuinely curious about the world around him. He asks questions constantly, wanting to understand how things work, wanting to help fix or build things, wanting to try things that he's never done before. We've watched his confidence grow, not just at school, but at home and in everyday life. And as a parent, that kind of growth is absolutely everything. And that's why I'm here speaking in support of the K-5 expansion. Families shouldn't have to wait until middle school for their kids to experience this kind of learning environment and community. Younger students deserve the same opportunity to grow up in a school that encourages curiosity, hands-on learning, connection, and confidence from the very beginning. And I strongly encourage the board to support this expansion so more families can benefit from everything that Renaissance has to offer. Thanks so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Mingo, I did check our policy. We only allow one person to speak with a time slot. So we look forward to hearing her comment at the next meeting.
We did have one other, we did sign up. I have the confirmation for Jessie Perkin.
Jessie Perkin. I'm just checking with our board secretary. Yeah, and I see Jen Iverson sitting in the audience. Are you thinking you're signed up? Okay, it's looking like we might have an issue with the sign up, so please go ahead and then we will continue.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jessie Perkin, and I am here in strong support of expanding Renaissance Secondary School. For many families, school is more than a building. It's where children discover who they are, develop a sense of belonging, and realize what they are capable of becoming. At Renaissance, students are known, they're challenged, supported, and inspired every day. This school has created something truly special, a place where academic growth and meaningful relationships go hand in hand. Students are encouraged to think deeply, lead with character,
serve others, and engage in work that has purpose. This kind of education leaves a lasting impact, and families are seeking more opportunities like it. This expansion would really fill a need in our community. The current elementary school, built on similar values and philosophy, has a full wait list and remains difficult to access. Families are looking for this option now and may simply not get in because there's not enough space. Approving this charter expansion would also create a continuous EL education pathway from kindergarten through 12th grade. Students could begin educational journey in a culture centered on belonging, character, challenge, and purpose. And they could continue in that same mission through graduation. That consistency would be incredibly meaningful for students and families. When students are thriving and community needs are clear, we should look for ways to expand those opportunities for more families. I hope you will support this expansion so that more families can have access to the school where they are known, valued, and prepared for life beyond the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that now completes the public hearing portion for the charter application. There was a power outage today, so I'm wondering if there was a glitch with some of the signups. So right now I show 3 public commenters, Liz Wagner, Bob, is it Shadle, and Jen Iverson. Anyone that's not announced? Okay, so Liz Wagner's first, and Mr. Shadle, please make your way down, and then following him, we'll have Jen Iverson.
Directors, good evening. My name is Liz Wagner, and as you consider a mill levy override, whether it be in 2026 or 2027, the public deserves clarity on collective bargaining before taxpayers are asked for more money. An MLO and a CBA are connected. An MLO raises money through taxpayer dollars, and a CBA controls how potentially those dollars, but certainly the district, is governed. This is not just a labor issue, this is a governance issue. You each have been elected to govern the district on behalf of students, parents, teachers, staff, principals, and taxpayers. The superintendent is hired to lead the district. A union exists to advocate solely for their employees that they represent. Those roles are not the same. Taxpayers should not be asked to approve new funding while the board potentially avoids answering whether those dollars could later be tied to a collective bargaining agreement. Without broad bipartisan support, an MLO is not going to pass. Previously, a conservative helped lead the bond and MLO initiatives and made the case to the broader community. That kind of committed leadership matters. There appears to be some political pressure not to put the MLO on the ballot this fall. If your local supporters, who are largely Democrats, are not willing to support a 2026 MLO because they, and rightfully so, are focused on other political priorities this cycle, then you as a board need to really take an honest look at that. Then there's the optics issue you cannot ignore. DCF supported board campaigns, and it is reasonable to assume that they would be active in supporting a future MLO campaign. And that creates a public trust problem if the board is also considering whether to recognize or bargain with that same organization. And voters are not naive. DCF cannot help elect board members, help pass a tax increase, and seek bargaining power without creating a serious public trust problem. Asking voters whether they support DCF is not the same as asking whether they support collective bargaining, which is what you polled. That is like asking people whether they like mountain lions and then claiming that they supported releasing one in their backyard. They're completely different questions that you did not ask. Respecting something is not the same as agreeing to give it power over district finances and governance. As you consider placing an MLO on the ballot this fall, you need to be honest about whether the campaign infrastructure actually exists, who will publicly lead the effort.
15 seconds remaining.
Which 99% of the teachers, I heard you, support, and who will build the trust with the voters across political beliefs. Delaying to 2027 doesn't fix this. If you delay the board, both the MLO and CBA decision, it will look like you are hiding hard answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob Shadle.
Thank you for the opportunity to express my opinion. I'm speaking to you today to oppose the MLO proposed, another increase in the district property tax. This is not the right time in current economic conditions. Persistent inflation, ever increasing essential utilities, insurance, groceries, and property taxes are already overburdening family households. It's not the right time with overall declining student enrollments continuing in the 26-27 year. What it is time for is that I would encourage this board to take another closer look at the MLO request, and by extension, the 2026-27 budget discussion in this meeting and future meetings. Particularly, what I would encourage the board to examine what has the district done and what will they do to scrutinize and control expenses? Where are there opportunities to reduce expenses? What is essential curriculum versus nice to have that perhaps should not be expanded? Why is the cost of curricular investment $8.25 million or more in the proposed MLO request? Who is the district buying this from? Could a less expensive source be found? Regarding expanding career and technical education, is there another way to pay for this? Is industry and business chipping in? If not, they should be asked. A pay raise for teachers is surely needed, and I would support that, but I'm not keen on increasing other staff salaries. Your MLO request includes teachers and staff. Don't know what that means. If you used $22.4 million just for teacher raises, that is just 3.3% of the total district budget. I propose that that can be funded with cost-cutting measures from other budget lines without an MLO. Lastly, this school district should continue to be proud that it has one of the lowest tax rates in the area. Let's keep it that way. Comparing our mill levy to others should never be used to support a mill levy tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we have Jen Iverson.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Kane. My name is Jennifer Iverson, and I'm here representing Douglas County parents. We are a group of community members who believe deeply in public education and in the Douglas County School District. DCSD has researched, invested, and put into writing commitments to equity, to non-discrimination, and to respectful school culture and climate. The educational equity policy is on the books. The Equity Advisory Council exists. The non-discrimination policy is in place. Douglas County Parents stands fully behind these commitments, and we are asking this board to stand firmly behind them, consistently behind them, without exception. The presentation this evening shows that students have told DCSD that they feel undervalued. They have told us that bullying, harassment, and discrimination are not always addressed when they happen. They have told us they do not feel comfortable being fully themselves at school. The support they receive depends too much on which building they walk into. That is not equity, that is geography, and we can do better. Here is what Douglas County Parents is specifically asking of this board tonight. First, empower the Equity Advisory Council, elevate it to a standing board committee with a real seat at the table, not an advisory in name only, but a recognized body with the authority and expectation to drive accountability. Give it the weight it deserves. Second, require the Equity Advisory Council to present directly to this board, regularly, publicly, on the record. Third, please invite other voices to this table. We would like to see groups like the Douglas County Special Education Advisory Committee and others who work alongside our minority groups to have the opportunity to share their experiences. Please hear them directly and not through summaries filtered through layers of administration. We also believe in the power of community partnership. DCP encourages this district to offer welcoming opportunities for parents to learn and grow alongside these efforts. Children absorb what they see and hear at home, and when we as parents expand our understanding, we give our children the foundation to become the kind of classmates and neighbors every family hopes to raise. The policies are written, the council exists, the need is real, and it is documented.
15 seconds remaining.
Students, families, and community members will be watching, and we will be here to ensure these commitments do not quietly fade. The kids are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe that concludes public comment for this evening. So we will go into item number 7, adoption of the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve? Director Thompson.
Yeah, I would like to pull 7.3, the approval of the 2025-2026 third quarter financial report.
Okay. Any other items to pull? I'm seeing none. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda items 7.1 and 7.2?
So moved. Second.
All right, it has been moved by Director Callahan and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve consent agenda items 7.1 and 7.2. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will call roll. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
And Director Thompson.
Aye.
All right, so that motion passes 7-0. And now we will look at item 7.3, approval of school year 25-26 third quarter financial report. Director Thompson?
Yeah, it's just the appendix items are dated March 31st of 2025. And so that's why I pulled it. And I would like to move to approve this item with the updates to the title to reflect 2026.
Are there questions or discussion? So is that a motion? Can you say it just one more time?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
I would like to move to accept the third quarter financials for 2025, 2026 with the dates in the appendix item updated to reflect 2026.
Okay, great. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Geiger to accept item 7.3 with the dates updated in the appendix. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, that passes 7-0. All right, that gets us into the adoption of the joint motion agenda, which is approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the April 21st, 2026 regular business meeting minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve the April 21st, 2026 regular business meeting minutes. The motion is now open for any further discussion. Seeing none, I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. So now we are into item number 9, our study action items. The first item we have is 9.1, Charter School Application Process Overview. I will turn it over to the superintendent.
Yes, we have Director of Choice Programming Gordon Mosher here to present.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Board. So just for your knowledge and the public knowledge, both presentations are combined into one presentation. So you have my short opening, and that's the same. It leads right into the presentation by our applicant. So this is you had the first public hearing. I'm going to go through some information just to share our process, and then we'll have a presentation by the applicant, and then you have your opportunity to ask questions to them in this public space. So the applications want to make sure that everyone knows and sees that Douglas County Schools welcomes high-quality charter applications. We do that on an annual basis to increase the diversity of educational offerings in our district. That application window is between February and March of each year, as outlined in policy LBDR 1. We do have one application. Just want to make consistency and make sure that we're all on the same page with this. So we call this a new application. It really is an interesting mismatch that doesn't line up perfectly in our world. So this is an existing DCSD authorized charter school who's currently operating a 612 campus. If they were able to, on their current ground, they would expand that building and do an expansion application, which would be an expansion of that grade level served on that campus. That would be an expansion by our definition because it's on the same space. They don't have that. It could do a replication, which would be a carbon copy of that building in another space, and it doesn't fit that box. So what we did is, had lots of conversations to see what does this most appropriately fit. In our lens, it most appropriately fit a new school application because it's really a new school. The current applicant does not do elementary, and they would not be doing these services on their current location. Therefore, it's a new school. So it's kind of a mixed match of things, but I want to make sure I talk that through. The applications were received by the deadline on April 1st. The participant did capacity interview with the full CART team on April 22nd, and they're here to present to you in a 15-minute presentation. LBDR 1 is where everything is in our policy guidance and manuals. These are the components, the standard core application components outlined in Charter School Act of Colorado. So those are the sections that the applicant had to do their application through. So all of those things are constant and consistent with our applicants. Our CART team is comprised of, I don't want to be bashful and not give some great praise to them. We really do have one of the best charter application review teams in the state of Colorado, if not in the nation. I wouldn't say that lightly. We have experts from every department who are on this. A lot of places around the country and around the state, a charter application review is not doesn't have the expertise that we have in Douglas County. Not only do we have so many people with working knowledge of charter schools, but we have experts of special education on there. We have the directors of finance. We have the directors of food and nutrition services. Go down the list. We have director of multilingual education. All of those people look at our applications through their expertise lens, and I think that gives us great credibility as a district to be able to say that we've reviewed these fully and holistically. We also have members, as you can see, of the DAC. We have a parent. We have two DAC members. One is an individual who's also a member or a parent of a charter school student. So we have members of the FOC, member of the LRPC, and an independent third-party reviewer who comes in and does these things around the state for us. April 16th, I do want to point out that I did meet with the entire District Accountability Committee. They all received a copy of the full application. I did receive their feedback. We had DAC representation, again, in the charter application review, and I attended the DAC meeting on April 16th to receive their feedback and questions. The capacity interview happened on April 22nd. We're here in the middle on May 12th. You had your first public hearing, which was the opportunity for the applicant to have people speak in favor of their application. They're going to present to you, and then our next step will be in 2 weeks on the 26th, where we will come back together for the second public hearing, where the public will have the opportunity to either speak in favor or opposition of the charter application. Staff recommendation will be then formally given to you, and then at that meeting, it will be your decision to rule by resolution in favor to approve or to deny the application. Okay. Any questions from me on those process steps?
Right on time. Any clarifying questions before we hear from the application itself? Director Ryan?
And I may have missed it somewhere. Is there a reason that we didn't get the full application to us?
The full application
Yes.
will be available with the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Yes.
So at the second meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Thompson?
Sorry, so it's posted and voted for on the same day?
You'll have it in advance of. You'll have it, the staff recommendation will come to you in advance of, yes.
Oh, I meant the application.
The application?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
I'm sorry, what was the question exactly?
Sorry, so typically we post something we're gonna vote on in one meeting and then vote on the following meeting. That's just getting clarity.
I think the question is the application isn't available at this time.
Yeah, so we will make it available as soon as possible. The staff recommendation will be developed on Thursday. We also recognize that the board needs a significant amount of time to be able to look through that, so we won't wait until the posting date right before the board meeting. Our staff recommendation is Thursday, so we'll try to make it available next week.
Is that the process we've used in the past? It seems like the application's been available at the first meeting.
I think we've seen it actually happen in a couple of different ways. I know when I was in the position we started, and it doesn't necessarily happen that early, but we will try to get it as soon as we can. I think it was trying to coordinate those efforts around making sure the staff recommendation and the contract would go hand in hand to give context to the application as well.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions before we jump into the presentation? Nope, seeing none, so we will invite Renaissance Secondary up to provide their presentation. We have 15 minutes scheduled for the presentation, and then we have 15 minutes for Q&A following the presentation.
Thank you.
Here we are. Okay. Good evening, board directors. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening our proposal to expand our programming to add a PK-5 Renaissance site in Castle Rock as part of a PK-12 secondary school. And as Gordon mentioned, it's a little complex just in that we don't fit any of those boxes, which is probably appropriate. So we are actually requesting an amendment to our charter contract to add those grade levels and sites. So that is our request, not to do a new school per se, but understand the process didn't fit. My name is Amy Stewart, for those of you I may not have had the pleasure of getting to know. This proposal is being brought by our entire team, some of whom are here tonight and will be available to answer questions. That team includes leaders from Renaissance Secondary School, as well as some very experienced EL education or expeditionary learning. I'll use those two terms interchangeably. They changed their name a little while back. Professionals who do have deep ties to Douglas County, but have also successfully launched and operated expeditionary learning elementary schools. Our proposal is responding to a really clear and sustained community demand for Renaissance elementary level programming. The programming at the magnet school has consistently exceeded available capacity, where only about 1 in 3 students receives an offer of enrollment. So tonight we'll want to share information about that demonstrated demand for the programming, our team's readiness to implement it, and the alignment with the broader district capacity needs. I have to do all the things. Here we go, I'll get the hang of it. As you may know, from hearing from our public commenters this evening, Renaissance prioritizes empowering students to become critical thinkers and problem solvers, collaborators, and engaged learners. Because the district is pretty familiar with our educational model, especially being that you have a magnet school with that model, tonight we want to focus primarily on demand, readiness, and why this expansion is positioned to succeed. In brief, I do want to share this top piece here. Research and best practices, as I know you're aware, indicate the strongest predictor of a charter school's success is going to be the strength of that founding team. And this leadership team definitely meets that standard. As I mentioned, that we have leaders who've successfully launched and continue to operate Renaissance Secondary School in Castle Rock in Douglas County, alongside experienced EL education leaders who have led and opened successfully expeditionary learning elementary schools. In brief, Renaissance uses the EL education framework. It emphasizes rigorous academics, leadership, collaboration, and real-world learning experiences. In addition to that EL education framework, the Renaissance schools uniquely incorporate adventure education experiences that prioritize resilience, teamwork, and student growth through outdoor and experiential learning. And importantly, both EL education schools nationally and Renaissance schools locally have demonstrated success serving diverse learners, including students with IEPs, 504 plans, and gifted learners. This strong team, combined with this proven model and clear community demand, position the team really strongly for successful implementation of this expansion. Moving on to demand, just a quick overview. And again, as you're likely aware, best practices for charter authorizers, which Douglas County does a great job with, recommend that demand is going to consider all of these three areas. So evidence of an unmet need, wait lists at nearby and similar schools, and strong early interest from the community. And there's definitely a strong demand based on all three of these indicators. So before we get to all of this beautiful slide, Renaissance Elementary Magnet School has definitely experienced wait lists for years. You've heard about those. The proposed K-5 expansion does share all the same core programming elements, including EL education, adventure education, the Renaissance school culture that is familiar to district families. In fact, the secondary school was only founded to extend the programming at the elementary school. So there is absolutely no doubt that the schools are similar. And yes, that school is located right next door in Castle Rock, so it is also nearby. So fitting both of those criteria of nearby and similar. This first big graph here demonstrates over the past 6 years, Renaissance Elementary has consistently maintained a wait list, with most of those years showing that more students did not receive offers than received them. And in the most recent year, 72% of applications did not receive an offer. As of March 31st of this year, 205 students remained on the wait list, and 82 of those students were kindergartners. Even with a proposed PK5 expansion opening, which purports to add 72 kindergarten seats, there's still unmet demand that will likely remain. So overall, 1 in 3 applicants have been receiving an offer in recent years. And this year in particular, this top number, 28%, that's the percentage of applicants who've received an offer this year, which puts us almost close to 1 in 4. This proposal is directly responding to this unmet demand. On top of that, we do have strong early interest in this expansion. We are still more than 2 years out from opening. So as of April 1st, when we submitted that application, there were 417 interest forms submitted for K through 5. And this level of early interest in community sports strongly indicates the local demand for this program. This proposed expansion is also very likely to succeed. Research and best practice indicates that strong demand, coupled with an effective educational model and experienced leadership, are all key predictors of a charter school's success. And our proposal demonstrates all three. We have a strong, sustained family demand over time at a nearby and similar school. We have a proven educational model, and we have an experienced local leadership team with a track record of successfully operating in Douglas County. The combination of these factors creates a really high likelihood of success for this PK5 expansion. While the team has very high confidence in meeting enrollment benchmarks and successfully launching this school, we also recognize the importance of planning conservatively and responsibly. An 85% enrollment budget scenario has already been developed and was submitted with our application. The team is also prepared to make any operational adjustments that are needed while maintaining, of course, essential safety and educational programming. Our school has a strong financial position to manage any unexpected challenges responsibly, and our team has exhibited ability to do just that during the most recent public health crisis. In terms of facilities, we are on track to meet all the district timelines in LBDR with preferred locations identified and contingency options. The 2028 opening was specifically selected in order to provide additional planning flexibility and to account for some of the known challenges that are happening around construction at this time that I know you're all very familiar with. One of the benefits of this proposal is that it does not require district-funded facility investment to meet elementary capacity needs, since charter school construction is not funded through the district's bond dollars. So that brings us to our belief that this is an opportunity for a really strong partnership with Douglas County that can benefit both students and families interested in Renaissance programming as well as the district. DCSD's Master Capital Plan states that 5 of the 8 elementary schools in Castle Rock are projected to be overcrowded by 2029. And this expansion directly addresses that need. It's well positioned to meet this need in particular, given its location in Castle Rock and the timing of opening in 2028. At the same time, the district anticipates substantial future costs associated with providing additional elementary capacity, citing the need for 3 additional elementary schools in the 6 to 10 year timeframe, which will require substantial future capital investment. This proposed expansion would help provide additional seats in this growing area without requiring those taxpayer-funded facilities, which creates value for families, supports district capacity planning, and helps reduce future facility pressures. As I mentioned, we believe this is an opportunity for a really strong partnership to bring a benefit to the district beyond the families who experience this programming. And in closing, this proposal responds directly to a sustained and unmet family demand for Renaissance elementary programming. It also helps address projected elementary capacity needs in Castle Rock without requiring district-funded facilities. And most importantly, there's a proven leadership team behind this effort, bringing forward a well-developed, financially responsible plan to expand a high-quality education model as an extension of an existing high-performing school already familiar to families in the district. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Well, thank you.
We are happy to take
Got
questions.
through that really quickly. So, Dr. Stewart, so thank you so much for the presentation. We have 20 minutes now for Q&A. I will go ahead and open it up, and if we could just limit it to 1 per person until everyone has an option, and we'll go back around. Does anyone want to get us started with the first question? Are you raising? Yep. Director Ryan.
So as Dr. Stewart knows, I had the opportunity to go visit your campus currently, and you talked about some stuff there that I want to give you. Since you have a platform, it's probably helpful for everybody else to know. If you could talk about how Renaissance started, the model that you had there, how that changed throughout in covering grades, because I want to know about your team's experience with PK through 5, because you talked about the experience, but your school currently doesn't have PK through 5.
Yes. And if I may take a quick detour, I want to mention that I do believe that last time we were here, you did have the application. So I apologize. I might have framed this differently if I knew you didn't have that before you. So I'm glad that I know that now and happy to answer questions. And secondly, I do have a couple of team members here that I may call on to answer questions as well. Thanks for the question, Director Ryan. Yes. So a team of folks back in 2016, educators and parents who had students at Renaissance Elementary Magnet School in Castle Rock asked the district to consider expanding that programming to the secondary level. And so we actually met with many school leaders and looked for sort of a home and said, we'll help. How could we do this? And the answer was just that there was not an ability to do that. So it was just not a location. You have to pass a bond to open a school. and that wasn't in the cards at that time. So the answer was to open a charter school, which here we are, we did. So we have a really strong team in terms of governance. We have a strong team in terms of finance. We have a really strong educational team opening the secondary school. If you fast forward to where we are today, we're really excited to be able to do that work at the secondary level. And we have added to our team since then. So you met Scott Mingle, who is a veteran EL education principal and has worked for many years in Douglas County and throughout, who is a member of our founding team for this elementary effort, has lots of experience with both elementary and EL. And Carrie Cobb, who could not be here tonight because she is at 8th grade passage presentations this evening, who is also was our EL school site designer, and I regret for EL's sake to say that we hired her away from them. So she is now part of our team and has spent the better part of a decade traveling the country, designing elementary EL schools and opening them and launching them and supporting them all the way through a credentialing process, which is a really rigorous process to say that you are truly an EL school, you've met these high benchmarks. So we've added quite a few folks to our team, as well as other educators that we're bringing on to help with that effort to continue to grow our bench when it comes to elementary.
You guys just like me to do this a lot. So I'm going to say Director Callahan and then Director Densler.
Thanks for the presentation. It was good to visit the school a few weeks ago. I think one of the biggest reasons that charter schools fail is they bite off more than they can chew from a facilities standpoint. And I have a lot of questions, but I'm limited to one relative to your facilities. Could you talk about, I guess, where are you looking, and do you have any concerns relative to the number of interest forms that you have and where the school could potentially be located?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that comes up a lot because we haven't shared a specific location, given that we don't know if we're approved yet. So we are very reticent to be purchasing land with our community's dollars that we may or may not have approval to build on, and so that's why we haven't. And of course, that land changes over time, and so we have had, fortunately, at any given time, been able to find in the Castle Rock area land that would work within our budget, which is really fortunate. Yes, facility costs are huge, and they are not, they are a piece that we have to pay for out of our PPR. There are a few programs and plans and ways, though, that charter schools tackle that. And the first one is the League of Charter Schools now administers the Great Schools Colorado grant, which we got when we opened the secondary school, which helps with all of the upfront costs, so covers typically all of your furniture, fixtures, and equipment, helps with that upfront facility cost. There has recently been a state non-competitive grant that has helped with facilities, which has happened annually. And of course, those may or may not still be in place for a long time, but they are in existence now. And then we have to be really careful about what that looks like in terms of facilities. The good news and the bad news is that, we have an expensive building now and we plan to do it. So I say bad news because, that's a big chunk of change that you're kind of working through, but we are able to do it in our current building, and so we know how to be agile and work through those challenges. And I'm happy to answer specifics, but essentially we do want to be really careful about what we're spending on any land, so that we can be careful about our building costs and keep as much as we can going directly to the students in the classrooms.
Could you talk about the percentage your facilities cost relative to your overall budget?
Yes, I would like to introduce Brittany Pierce, who is our business director, and she can share a little bit more detail on that. She knows the numbers right in her head. She's just gonna. It's a lot more than we would like.
It's varied over the years. When we opened, it was a little higher. It was close to 20%. It's down now to about 12%. So as PPR grows, it was an expensive building when we opened it. Now it looks pretty good in terms of cost because construction costs have really exploded. I would say that we worked through some really challenging times during COVID, and so we have learned a lot of lessons. We've learned what works in our facility, what didn't work so well, and feel like that makes us really well situated to do it responsibly going forward. There's definitely things I will recommend that we do differently.
So do you have us, as you look to build your new building, is there a certain percentage that you're looking to stay under?
Definitely under 20. I'd have to go back and look at the specifics, but obviously the lower you can get it, the better. But it is interesting that over time, of course, PPR goes up, and depending on how long you finance that what that window is, you know, it can become really feasible. I look at older charter schools and what their intercept is, and I'm like, oh, someday we're going to be there. So it's something to manage on the front end, and I think we have demonstrated that we can do that.
Great. Director Dinsler.
Thank you for the presentation. I also got to go see Renaissance and really enjoyed my time there. I just have a question about the demand and specifically the fact that we're going to have sixth grade migration, right? So I'm wondering how, given the fact that sixth grade is going to migrate into middle school, that's going to significantly increase available capacity within the Castle Rock Elementary School community. And so I'm wondering what specific data you have that justifies the need for an additional campus in this area, given that.
Yeah, that's a great question. I can only speak to what's published in the Master Capital Plan, so I would have to defer to the people within the district to kind of share how they arrived at those conclusions. Certainly those growth numbers, though, that are publicly available of Castle Rock, the areas that are growing in Douglas County, are right where we're positioned and where we're looking to grow. So that is real and relevant data that is just right out there in the public. But basically, you know, looking at the district's needs and looking for opportunities to partner to meet a district need, we use the Master Capital Plan as the reference. So didn't dig a whole bunch further. There's lots of data in there but I think probably I'm not the best person to speak to that. But our intents to enroll, you know, do come centralized around Castle Rock. Another interesting point is that when you do have a school like this, it does attract, like the district magnet school does, folks from, you know, there's plenty of families who drive. I actually lived in Highlands Ranch when I discovered Renaissance for my own children a long, long time ago and commuted there for a very long time until I moved there. And that is not an uncommon story. You will see families drive, you know, from definitely Parker, Highlands Ranch area and even further, sometimes if they want the school model. And so we don't have a big concern about that because we've seen it. Mostly the intents are very focused in Castle Rock, and we see the growing demand happening in Castle Rock, as well as those folks who will be willing to drive.
Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. I was curious, under your model, how you serve students with special learning needs and also physical disabilities.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we have a really robust and strong team, special education team. So we meet or exceed in most cases the district ratios of 1 to 25 for special educators in the classroom. We also have occupational therapists, speech therapists, full-time social worker, and all of those things are contemplated in our budget for elementary as well. So we work with families and to meet their IEP needs through our team. So obviously having those experts in your building and doing a really great job at recruiting those folks is the key to that. And we are really proud to say that we do. We have a really strong team. In terms of physical disabilities, I think, you know, same kind of situation. We do have a student in particular I'm thinking of, and we've got plenty of students where we meet their needs, and I don't want to speak specifically to them because obviously that's a confidential situation, but we are really good at just meeting them where they are, which is what we are required to do and want to do. So it's a very welcoming environment in terms of whoever kids are.
Director Parker, do you have a question? No. Director Geiger?
Sounds like you've been busy with board of directors visits, because I got to come see you as well. I guess I will just be as honest as I can. I've gotten 2 or 3 emails from Renaissance parents involved with Renaissance Magnet who are, one, concerned that you're going to cannibalize their school, and two, have been reporting that there is direct recruitment going on at Renaissance Magnet School for your charter school. Can you address kind of those claims and why you're not concerned about, why is there room for two expeditionary learning elementary schools in Castle Rock?
Yeah, great question. I think if we go back to this slide about demand, this is why. Because if only 1 in 3 students get an offer of enrollment, the other 2 are looking for a place to go. And let's say that one of them decides they didn't really want it anyway, you've still got only half, right? Like even if these numbers are inflated in some way because people change their minds, that's a small number. Only 28% are getting in. That's 72% who don't. That's why those people are seeking this model in Castle Rock. I think that the answer to that question is that, first of all, Renaissance Elementary Magnet has had quite a bit of leadership change and experienced a lot of change recently. And so I do think that's a factor. I think that people are worried in general about what's going to happen in the future of the school. So that's one thing. I think there is definitely not direct recruiting. I think that accusation comes from the fact that we share a lot of families. So sometimes if we send out an email saying like, hey, we're looking at expanding, fill out intent to enrolls, tell your friends, whatever those things are, which we're asked to do. We're asked to get those letters of intent. Actually, when we started, we were really hoping that we would be able to bring different ways and not do that for this exact reason. We really didn't want to risk jeopardizing our relationship with the elementary school. It's absolutely confusing. We have the same name. We're meant to be partners. And so that did come true, and we're not surprised. But anyway, I think that comes from, if you share a family and you send that out to your current families and say, hey, this is what we're doing, FYI, and let your friends know, and they also have a kid at the elementary school, now you have an accusation. Oh, you sent it to elementary school families, you're trying to recruit them. That's the simplest explanation. I can trace it back to specific emails. Secondly, there have been a couple of folks who have approached us about whether combining the 2 schools would be a good idea, right? So, could we combine the 2 schools instead of opening a second one, just expand this one campus? We're right next door. What could that look like? So that also changes the narrative or convolutes things and confuses people. So we are so welcoming of any recommendations of how we can prove that. It's been tough because we've had, I think in my time, there have been 4 or 5 different principals there at the elementary. And so that, it's just kind of starting over each time. And it's just something that we're working on, and we're really open to suggestions about how we continue to let them know that we really want to be a partner. Second, really important piece is when they're thinking about this idea of cannibalizing the elementary school, it's really a 1-year problem. And the reason I say that is because if we open in year 1 with grades K through 5, then yes, kids will be coming from 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, and that is where they might be worried, right? Are you going to take all our 3rd graders, right? I think people get very worried about that. After the first year, though, we'll really only be taking kindergartners and then a trickling. And remember, that kindergarten wait list has 82 kids on it right now for next year, and we're talking about opening 72 spots, right? So there's plenty of kids to go around in kindergarten. Families change their minds or lose interest or things change. But and secondly, I can also tell you the letters of interest, they're not coming from REMS. There are a couple. Not many at all. So, whatever we can do to assure folks, we just have no interest in that. Everyone on this team wants the elementary school. I can say personally, the only reason I do this work and the only reason I moved my home to Castle Rock is because of that elementary school. We are certainly not trying to do anything ill to it.
Thank you. Director Parker?
So I had a question regarding the difference between the charter and the magnet school, because you say they're very similar, there's high demand, there's high need. What would be the difference between the magnet and the charter?
Yeah, other than grade level, not much. The biggest thing is just the governance organization, that they're a magnet and we're a charter, meaning that we have a different board, all of those things, right? So the decision making and the enrollment processes are different. Like we have rules as a charter school, whereas the magnet school's within the district, right? So those things are just sort of like the function of being one or the other. The other thing is that the magnet school does use the district like reading curriculum, and so that's like kind of if in this part of the district, everybody uses this one kind of thing, and they do use that. So they're not quite as fully implemented in EL education at this time. It has varied over the years. My kiddo who started there is graduating from college next week. So, so it's been a while, and so I can speak to a lot of different variations of Renaissance Elementary. But at this time, they use that. And so our proposed elementary school would actually use the EL education reading curriculum. What I can also say is that I would hazard to say that no one is choosing that school because of that difference, right? So it would be very unlikely that someone would say, well, I go to Renaissance Magnet Elementary and I wanted that or I applied to that only because they used Benchmark's curriculum or whatever. They're doing it for the educational model and all the things that are the same. And so the kids bring their drums over from one location to another. The voyages are they're planned based on like what kids are doing, and then of course kids coming in new. Everything is, there's just not much of a difference programming-wise because it is, excuse me, playing a little Taylor Swift today. Because it's designed to be exactly like that school. That was how we started, so not a lot.
So I'll ask the next question, which maybe seems a little redundant, but is there evidence that the wait list at the EL Magnet School indicates, a specific demand for your option?
It's a great question, and if I had a crystal ball, that would be lovely. But all signs point to yes. I mean, I think the evidence is just that it's nearby and similar. And if we try to look at experts instead of just me hazarding a guess, NACSA says we should look at waitlists at nearby and similar schools. And I just would be hard pressed to argue it's not nearby and similar. That's the evidence I have.
Okay, great. So directors.
Anecdotally, I'm one of those. I'm a grandparent with two kids who attend REMS, who attend the magnet school. They didn't start until this year as second graders because it took them that long to get in. And we are a Castle Rock sort of Happy Canyon family. And I drove those two little grand boys to Fox Creek for 2 years because they had EL Lite in there as part of their sort of design. And so I think, and this speaks to a couple of questions, what I would encourage the board to think about is this is a Castle Rock-centric sort of idea, in my mind, largely because we've got this incredibly strong anchoring Renaissance Secondary. We've got a 612 school with proven leadership, all that stuff we've been talking about all night. But families drive from all over the county for this particular model. And that plays out all over the country. When I was Chief Growth Officer, my big job was kind of okaying partnerships and vetting partnerships between groups like Amy's who wanted to start a charter school, and demand is never the issue within an EL school because people choose it intentionally, and oftentimes they choose it because it's distinctively different from what's offered by the rest of the district.
Thank you for that. Directors, we're actually at time. Is there a desire to extend time for discussion?
I'd be happy.
Are there additional questions? Maybe raise your hand if you have additional questions.
I just wanted to point out, since we don't have the application before us, a lot of these questions might get answered once we have the application before us, so if we wanted to consider that as well.
Yes, Superintendent Kane.
If Dr. Stewart is amenable, I would like to offer the opportunity. We will get that application out to all of you this week, and I would like to offer the opportunity for you to submit additional questions, should you have any, after reviewing that application, to Dr. Stewart through us, if she's willing to do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great. Hearing that, we will move on to our next agenda item. So thank you very much for the presentation. Stay tuned for additional questions, and we look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks at our next meeting. Thank you. All right, the next item we have is 9.3, update on elementary school 50 and 51. We have a 5-minute presentation and 10-minute Q&A scheduled. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Kane to introduce the item.
Okay, COO Millay is here to update the Board of Education on elementary school 50 and 51 and the proposed boundaries now that community engagement has taken place. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm joined by Planning Manager Siobhan Caldwell, who is my phone a friend, and I am bound and determined to get the clicker to work. So everyone else has been successful, so will I. First and foremost, thank you to our voters. Without them, we would not have 50 and 51 under construction right now. We are very grateful for that. As the superintendent indicated, we are well on our way to seeing those open in 2027. And we have been involved in conversations internally about the boundaries for those schools, and we began the external conversations in April after the presentation to the Board of Ed. What you're going to see this evening is the same recommendations from the board, from staff to the board, and we just want to really highlight what the nuances are with the enrollment boundaries that we are proposing. I think it's important to keep in mind that when we open a new school, we get the children from our existing schools. So the big impacts that we're going to be discussing tonight really are in the Sterling Ranch area, in the communities that have been involved in overflow busing, our Solstice and Sterling Ranch neighborhoods that have been bused over to part of Highlands Ranch. The criteria is the same. We've discussed it with you before. There is no poison pill. All of these things were evaluated independently. We wanted to assign schools to the households that were closest to them. We wanted to maintain enrollment and facility capacity as close to equal as feasible. Short ride times, effective transportation routes. We want to keep neighborhoods together. We want to leave adequate space in the new school for anticipated future growth. And we really were trying to only move students one time. Our communities have been involved in growth and decline conversations, and they certainly impacted these boundary conversations as well. And again, highlighting, let's start with elementary school 50, and I want to make it clear that these communities were very much impacted by growth and decline decision-making. Acres Green and Fox Creek were consolidated into Silver Spruce, and we had a boundary adjustment earlier this winter that we discussed with you that impacted Eagle Ridge. We are seeing more robust and less impact on enrollment with this boundary because of that work that was done ahead of time. Our schools impacted by Sterling Ranch were not impacted by growth and decline decision-making. They did not experience any school consolidations, and they are seeing a larger enrollment impact because of that. Because of the recommendation that staff has made that impacts the Northridge boundary, it is moving children from Northridge, 78 students, to Trailblazer. Trailblazer is the school that is closest to those children, those families, and those neighborhoods. That does have an impact on our secondary schools. It would impact Mountain Ridge Middle School. We would see 22 students impacted into Ranch View, and Mountain Vista High School, 68 students moving over to Highlands Ranch should this recommendation be adopted. Again, this is the existing boundary. I'm flying through it. This is the recommended elementary school 50 boundary. It is a clean, easy boundary, great engagement with the community, no strong concerns. We had a lot of discussion, as Director Geiger knows, earlier in this year with our Eagle Ridge and Silver Spruce families. This boundary is pretty palatable to everybody, and they all just acknowledge it, and that was kind of what we heard during our feedback. This is the existing elementary school 51 project area. As you can see, we've got red and blue mixed together. Those schools at Trailblazer and Coyote Creek are where we are seeing the enrollment impacts, and I just again want to highlight we are stopping overflow busing with elementary school 51 boundaries, and to not have the enrollment impacts would mean driving children past the new elementary school over to across 85, much longer bus times, much longer routes, and past an existing school. This is the recommendation, again, for elementary school 51. The dotted gray area would be a TBD. It could go to Roxborough, or it could go to the new elementary school, depending on how and when it develops and the road infrastructure that would be put in place to support it. Coyote Creek boundary would be extended to the blue on the directly, oh gosh, am I almost out?
Take your time.
All right. the blue, we extended Coyotes Creek boundary to try and capture some of those. That's a move from from Roxborough, and we did make an extension up at west of Kendrick Castilla Way to reassign some of Northridge to Trailblazer. The majority of those households, with the exception of what's on the north side of 470, they're all closer to Trailblazer, so it's a logical move. Again, we see pluses across the way for Elementary School 50 because, again, all of the work that was done ahead of time with growth and consolidation. So and these are the enrollments that we anticipate under the staff preferred scenario. We see the facility capacity at the new elementary school is 750. Eagle Ridge and Silver Spruce are each at 506. And we see fluctuations between low of 315 at Eagle Ridge in year 2033 to a high in the elementary school 50 of 433. Now let's talk about 51. We are seeing checks in the balanced enrollment and the disruption. Again, the check mark is a direct relation to not overflow busing anymore and putting kids in the newly built school. And then also the disruption check is related to the Northridge boundary. We're moving kiddos to the school closest to them, which would be Trailblazer, and it also does add to Trailblazer's enrollment because they too are losing children from overflow bus, the end of overflow busing. These are the staff preferred scenarios. There was an email that was sent out to the board explaining a low, medium, and high retention. This is the low retention. This is the worst case scenario. These are the enrollment under a low, medium, and high student retention. When I talk about that, I'm talking about 4th and 5th graders. If we have high retention, it means they're going to stay in their existing neighborhood school. Under the low retention, they are going to go to the new elementary school. Staff feels very strongly a medium student retention is really where we're going to see kiddos. And we'll see the elementary school 51 with a high in 2033 of about 576 children. We see Coyote Creek in the high 200s and Roxborough Intermediate and Roxborough Primary in that same range. The outreach and engagement, we have began with email and physical mailings to all of the families impacted by these boundary conversations. We put things in community newsletters, publications. We've sent out district communications. We launched a survey, that's the QR code up there, that we are keeping open through almost the end of May to continue to receive feedback. I'll be very honest, the feedback to date has mostly been from families that want us to continue the overflow busing. They want to continue to have the kiddos bolster or buoy enrollment in Coyote Creek because that's what they've got accommodated to. In addition to that, which has been a long topic at Long Range Planning Committee, we've had a number of meetings and had another presentation of this to them earlier this evening. We've had public, in-person, and virtual meetings focused solely on the ES50 boundary, ES51 boundary in the proximity to the new schools. And we've attended a number of SACs and PTO meetings for Coyote Creek, Northridge, the Roxborough schools, Trailblazer, in Eagle Ridge. And again, the pushback really was over the decline in enrollment that the other neighborhood schools would see. We are presenting to the District Accountability Committee Thursday evening, and it will be a similar presentation. We have not been in front of them yet. After this presentation to you this evening, we will prepare a memo. Once the survey closed, giving you the feedback that we have received from the survey and summarizing that. The intention is to bring this to the consent agenda for the Board of Ed on June 9th. Over this summer, we will be integrating changes into our student database. We'll be doing staff briefings and communicating again with our households. And by November 1, we have to have admissions and registration open for the 27-28 school year, which is when the these new elementary schools will open. And we have reiterated that if you want to stay at your existing schools, you absolutely can. It's just the transportation would not be available. We would not be able to do the overflow busing anymore. With that, questions? And thank you for indulging me.
I didn't know how we do it in 5 minutes. So
I was
you
pulling
did
on my
10.
East
That's
Coast
great.
trying to talk fast.
That's really, thank you for all of the wonderful information. I will open it up with Director Geiger.
One thing about 50, and I'm not clear how far south this goes. Do we expect any impact at Trail Ridge or Timber Trail or Buffalo Ridge?
No, we do not. Trying to go back to the map. It's actually a pretty defined boundary in the city of Lone Tree.
I can't tell what the south boundary is.
Yeah, that south boundary is the existing Lyric neighborhood right now. So we do not see an impact to our neighbors in Castle Pines from this school.
Okay.
Other directors?
Well, then I have another.
I'm going to ask a question.
Yes.
The outreach communications that have happened, are they targeted? So it's specific to this is the impact on you, not go here and find out how you'll be impacted?
So when we've had the in-person meetings, they have been very much targeted. The generic, you're being impacted by this school boundary, and here's a website with more information. I would say it's been both of them. We've tried to be as specific as we can. And I think we've done, we could send the board copies of what we've sent out in the notifications and in the presentations. Their presentations have been very similar to what we have shared with the board for the in-person. So I think they're getting the message based on the feedback on the survey about the busing.
Okay. Other directors? And I know Director Thompson, and then Director Ryan, did you have a question? And then Director Geiger.
It's pretty simple. Just with this boundaries, what's the farthest distance from one edge to the boundary to the school? So I guess it would be for our new school.
What is the distance from the...
Farthest edge. So I guess it would be the very top.
From Hess Road to the new school, and then from the new school up to County Line Road? I'm gonna have to estimate to you, Siobhan, do you know the answer to that question? So I know that between Ridgegate Parkway, and Lincoln Avenue, that's a mile. That distance is a mile. So I am gonna guess we're 1.5 miles at the high end to the south of the new school, and we are 1.5 miles to the north. If we look at, do you understand what I'm saying with those lines? So I would say about that far. We don't have, I'm sorry, let me just take a peek at this right now. Yeah, clearly, actually, and Director Geiger, let me correct myself, this goes to Hess Road.
Okay.
But there's nothing happening here right now.
And just to follow up on that, so what is the main route of travel to the school?
To the new school, it would be across Ridgegate Parkway on an east-west, and it would be Havana and I-25 to Ridgegate Parkway from the heading southbound.
Thanks. Director Ryan?
I'm going to give a hard question.
No.
So when it was initially presented to us, we got the high student retention number. There's 7 years on here. When we're talking about student retention, and I trust our team and how they project things. We've been very close every single year. It's impressive the amount of projection that we can do. When we're talking about a 7-year spread, however, we're talking about retaining kids that aren't at the school and won't be at the school.
Mm-hmm.
And so how can we look at a medium retention model and say that that 7th year is in any way accurate with retaining kids that aren't there?
So again, this is where I will be phoning a friend, because what I know for sure is I do not do those projections. So Siobhan.
I think I understand the question, but yes, you are correct that the farther we go out, the less accurate that we get. Just to be, I think, straightforward how we did this is I think we estimated, so with the low retention, we said, we don't think any students really are going to stay at Coyote Creek or Trailblazer. And then with the high retention, we thought those residing in Sterling Ranch and Solstice, I think we took about a quarter of them we thought would stay. And we did, we held that constant throughout, accounting for grade rollovers, but kind of held that constant throughout. And I think to answer your question, I would anticipate that these are less accurate the further that you go out. and that might not necessarily be what we experience, that movement of student or student retention. But I think within the 3 to 5 year forecast, that's been pretty consistent we've been pretty accurate, I guess, in looking at, projecting about 3 years out.
And I think it's important to note that we could be wrong on the high side as well as the low side.
Okay, Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I think what Director Ryan is asking is, for example, if we're assuming that 25% of the people who live in Sterling Ranch will choose to stay at Coyote Creek, we're not saying that in 2033 we assume that 25% of Sterling Ranch families will be at Coyote Creek. So the retention that we're talking about is that initial retention and then rolling those kiddos up and
Exactly.
out. But going forward, assuming that generally they'll follow their boundaries. Does that address your question?
Yes, so just to clarify for the board as well, my thinking is we can look at this retention, like you're saying, for the 3 to 4 years, and then after that, really, it's that first.
We are thinking of it as parents will make this decision in the first year, the opening of the school, and kind of stay with that decision. And like Jackie said, we consolidated that assumption in the higher grades, thinking that it would be those higher grades. And then, as Superintendent Kane said, we just rolled that through the 7-year forecast.
Okay, Director Geiger.
Looking at the change in 50, particularly the change from Northridge to Trailblazer, do you have any concerns as that area grows? Mountain Vista and Mountain Ridge are landlocked. They are not areas that we expect to continue to grow. I know it's only 70 kids, but do you have any concerns that growth there or moving students from there to Thunder Ridge, which we know is going to grow until we build a high school in, which is 4 boards down the line. Are you concerned about that transition of that group of that area from Mountain Vista to Thunder Ridge?
I think so, confirming what you said, They are landlocked. They're not, Mountain Ridge and Mountain Vista is not anticipated to experience growth. They receive a healthy portion of their enrollment from open enrollment in comparison to Ranch View and Thunder Ridge. So projecting this out, there are no facility concerns in 5 years, but all I can say is you're absolutely right, is that this reassignment makes very well sense at the elementary level, but at the secondary level, we are proposing to move students into facilities that we anticipate will need to accommodate future growth of Sterling Ranch and Solstice.
And frankly, I think that just speaks to the evolution of what we're going to be doing as we look at school boundaries. It was interesting when we were at Coyote Creek, there was somebody in the room who had been through the boom cycle in Highlands Ranch as a child, and the opening of schools and the moving of boundaries, and talked about the consistency of that. There was also a parent who'd been in there for 33 years and talked again about it was interesting to hear those perspectives. What we know for sure is gonna happen is change. And I live in Lone Tree and have the Mountain Vista kiddos in my neighborhood, so.
Other questions, directors? All right, seeing none, just to confirm, I think what I heard was the engagement feedback will come back to the board. So we'll see the responses, and then this will be on the consent agenda for June 9th.
Yes, that was the proposal.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. And I think that gets us to recess. Let's take just over 10 minutes. Let's come back at 7:15. We're reconvened following recess. So now we will look at item 9.4, the school year 2026 budget update. We have a 15-minute presentation followed by a 15-minute Q&A. And I'll turn it over to Superintendent Kane to introduce the topic.
Okay, we have CFO Schleissner here to talk about the 26-27 proposed budget.
Thank you, Superintendent and Board. I have the Director of Budget, Drew Phelps, here with me to help me answer questions. So getting right into it for the 26-27 proposed budget, here is our agenda. And starting with an overview of the budget for next year. So overall, revenue is increasing by 1%. So this is mostly comprised of the School Finance Act that just passed today, by the way. Per pupil revenue is increasing by 3%, but remember that we have a declining enrollments. We're a declining enrollment school district, which makes us not have that 3% growth in revenue. Overall expenses and transfers increased by less than 1%, but we are still strategically drawing down unassigned fund balance this year. On the right, you have a graph that you're used to seeing. This shows that fund balance. The blue is the restricted Tabor and Board of Education reserves. The orange is the assigned. That is mostly school carryover, and then the unassigned is in the gray. That is what we're usually talking about when we talk about our reserves. That's the piece that we're really focused on. So enrollment summary, neighborhood schools have continued to decline. Our estimate is 467 kids in our neighborhood schools. Alternative enrollment is slightly up. Charter schools without Hope Online, because Hope Online is funded differently and is not necessarily within the county. Those are down also 76, and then Hope Online is up 48. Remember that you cannot add together the enrollment to get to the funded pupil count. Those funded pupil counts are calculated a little bit differently. And since we are declining enrollment school district, we average. So we get to average several years. It used to be 5 years. This year we're down to 4 years averaging. Next year it will be 3 years. So that does have an effect on that funding also, that we get to count less years as we're declining. Graphic of that enrollment and that funded pupil count. This graph does include early childhood education and pre-K where the previous one did not. And this just shows you that difference between the enrollment versus the funded pupil count. Also on the right, we show you the district-run enrollment versus charter schools. It has gone from 23% in charter schools up to 26% currently. Okay, so the per pupil revenue, again, that's a 3% increase, gone up 362 per pupil. That funded pupil count, which you saw on that previous slide, is down 1,172 with 3-year averaging. That means our total program of new revenue is about $8 million, of which we share with the charter schools. So what we keep internally is about $6 million of that new revenue. We like to keep an eye on that distribution between the state share and the local share. So remember that we get paid on a per pupil basis that is set by the state. First, it is filled by that local taxpayer property taxes, and what that does not cover, the state fills in the rest. This was not a reassessment year, so we would expect that distribution between local and state to remain pretty steady, and in fact it has. And it is really close to a 50-50% split now. This is also a pie chart that you're used to seeing. This shows the distribution of where we're expending our budget. 43% is site-based budget discretionary. That's directly with our schools, and they get to decide make a lot of those decisions with that money. 25% is non-discretionary, also directly in our schools. They just don't have as much flexibility with those dollars. 14% is district managed student programming, still directly with our students. 12% is transportation and facility operations, and then the 6% is system-wide supports. This is the same distribution that you saw last year and actually the year before also. So those budgeting priorities have remained very steady. All right, so where are we investing this money this year? So we are investing $4.8 million, or about 1% more in expenditures than we did last year. Well, actually, this is actually the current year. So back in February, you all approved a 2% increase in compensation, plus $5 million of the increases in healthcare costs to be absorbed by the district. That's an addition of $15 million. We also are investing in district managed student programming. That's comprised of 3 things this year. So we have the 6 schools that are combining into 3, and we are protecting that staffing for the first year as those schools combine. So we first pass through the normal site-based budget funds to those 3 schools. And then we said, okay, what extra staffing do you have this year because of that consolidation? And it's gonna be a max of $4.2 million that we're investing in those 3 schools as they go through that consolidation process. It is a one-time expenditure. We then have 4 new pathways here at Legacy that we are funding, as well as some student support services. A big portion of that increase in student support services is SRO contracts. 1 is finalized, the other 2 are still being negotiated and are pretty close, but those are all increases. We are investing in transportation and facility operations of $3 million. A lot of that is increase in contract costs. Those just continue to go up. We have some non-bond maintenance that is in there, as well as new facility project software. Investing in support systems of $3 million. That's things like insurance and utilities. We all know those costs continue to increase. That's an investment of $3 million. Site-based allocation, so that's the SBB allocation. Let's talk about that for a second. We pushed out an additional $6.6 million in site-based budget to our schools. That's a normal practice to help them cover the previous year's raises, as well as some of the inflationary costs that a school experiences. So that kind of holds them harmless so they can keep the same teachers and kind of protect their programming. As we consolidated schools and had that declining enrollment, we had savings of $3 million. So it would have been $9 million, but we had $3 million of savings because of consolidations. So it was 6.6 that we actually passed through to site-based budgets. Then we have this planned use of combined general fund. So we have a huge budget. We have thousands of lines, a lot of things being budgeted across the system. And as we go through that, we find that there's one-time expenditures that were budgeted for last year that don't need to be in the budget for the 26-27 school year. People are repurposing positions. A lot of changes happen within that budget, and there were a total of $20 million of savings. Otherwise, we would have had an even higher than $4.8 million, but we had savings throughout the budgeting process. And in fact, as we budgeted for the departments, Cabinet goes through every department budget and looks at those new requests and what that budget looks like for the next year. Everything that was not legacy or student support services stayed flat or decreased. So that tells me the system is listening to what's happening out there and understanding now's not the time to invest in systems. It's time to really hold steady and start pulling back a little bit, especially from the department side. You guys are getting pretty used to seeing this graphic also. Remember, pre-COVID, we were at 3 to 4% of fund expenditures, were about 3 to 4% of fund balance. It got up to a high of 11 and 12%. We had COVID money coming in, and we weren't able to fill a lot of our positions. That's really too high. We've been strategically spending down that fund balance. At the end of this current year, 25-26, we expect to be at 7% of fund balance, and then down to 5% in 26-27 is our current estimate. We like to be around that 3 to 4%. 5's pretty good. This tells us that the next year in 27-28, we're really going to be focused on balancing that budget or be really dang close to it because we can't keep spending. Other funds. Really every other fund was status quo. There were not major changes in any of them, but we are getting ready to sell the second issuance of the 2024 bond. We plan on doing that the end of July, but we're really watching the market as it remains a little bit tricky. Still, they've had really good sales, but we're just watching that. Unknowns. We are estimating right now for what that enrollment's going to look like for next school year. School year starts. We start understanding a little bit better what that enrollment looks like once school starts. But then we don't have October count that finalizes those counts until October. And then that's not finalized until like December. And so we are halfway through that year before those counts are finalized. So it's just always a tricky place to be that you're halfway through your year before those counts are finalized. But we do have pretty good indications once school starts. Position fill rates is another unknown. We've had much more success in filling our positions, so it's not like it was during COVID. We're getting a lot of applicants and getting those positions filled at a much higher rate. And then there's school finance. So we were so hopeful when it was introduced in January, and I've been at the Capitol 10 times during the session, and every time I'm out there, I say, we need to have this bill passed earlier. Thank you for introducing it earlier. Maybe we can get this done quicker this year. And here we are, tomorrow was the end of session. Guess what passed today? School finance. And there were a ton of amendments, although there's only 3 that mattered. One was funding for charter schools. One was pausing the cost of living adjustment because it really negatively affected our rural schools and small rural schools. It was really bad for them and unexpected. And then, smoothing factor, which I was a part of that one. I should have remembered that one. So that will replace 2-year averaging when it goes into place, which comes into play when we have implemented 45% of the new School Finance Act. For 26-27, we will be at 30%. It's supposed to go to 45% after that in 27-28. I'd be shocked if we got there. So I think this is really going to be way out in the future, but we needed to get something on the books to replace that. Okay, for the May 26th board meeting, you will have the proposed executive summary, which consists of these items that will be on the consent agenda, unless you tell me you want something different, along with a memo that talks about any changes from this presentation that you've had tonight. So next steps, there will also be a legal notice on the May 26th board meeting. June 9th, we will ask for your approval of the adopted budget, and July 1st, fiscal year begins. And Drew and I are ready for questions.
Great, thank you very much for the presentation. I think we have 15 minutes scheduled for Q&A. Who wants to kick us off? Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation, and also thank you for all of the follow-up to the questions that I shared this week. So a question about the fund balance. So if, fund balance is going to be at, the level is going to be at that 4.6%, and I was just thinking this last January, there was a request to increase the drawdown. And that's been kind of a pattern for a couple of years, that at the time of the revised budget, we're asking for additional drawdown. This last year, it was because of fluctuations in revenue at that time. And so with this drawdown, do we anticipate that that could cause complications come January if revenue isn't where we're expecting?
Yeah, that's a great question. And part of what you're referring to is the state forecast. there were two forecasts that came out, one that was $1 billion and one that was $1.5 billion. The state decided to hold on to the $1 billion deficit. If that doesn't come to fruition, there's a chance that come January, the government could go, oops, it was closer to 1.5 billion. We need to pull back some of this funding. We still have adequate reserves to help us weather that storm if it comes that way. But we're really focused on that next full fiscal year where it does have to be balanced. If we stay even to 3%, we're good. We just have to make sure that it's balanced for the 27-28 school year.
Can you show slide 10, which is what we're talking
Yeah, I
about
was trying.
with the
Can you
fund
help me get
balance?
to 10, please?
And you just triggered me because I lived through the mid-year rescission that happened in 2009-10 timeframe, and it was huge. It was rough.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the question, and so thank you for the visual on that. And I didn't know if you had more on the fund balance piece.
So, I mean, we have a board that's, I don't think anybody's trained in finance on the board. I have an advantage because I've been sitting on the FOC and hearing from you guys for the last couple of years. But I think even talking about like, we need to balance it, like maybe it needs clarity.
Oh, yes. So we need to rely on the revenue that is coming in the door and not rely on fund balance, which is our savings account or our reserves. So revenue needs to be equal to or higher than the expenditures that are going out the door.
And if you don't mind, I'm just going to keep on the fund balance topic, just because this has always been a controversial topic when you're looking at the budget. Like, how much should we have? So if you could just give a narrative as to what the strategy is for our long-term goal. And, you know, it did go up what I would say is way too high during COVID. And so strategically, it has been spent down. But if you could speak to what that strategy has been and what the future-looking strategy looks like.
Yeah, thank you for that. There's always this balance between saving money for these what ifs and having too much sitting in your reserves and your savings account. We should be spending the money on the kids that are sitting in our classrooms today. So there's always a taxpayer view that you have to watch of we're paying these taxes and you need to be spending it on our kids that are in front of you. So you're absolutely right. During COVID, it got too high, a little bit out of our control as we had COVID money coming in and just couldn't fill those positions, couldn't find people, and that was a nationwide and statewide issue that we had. So what we try to do is make sure that we have enough of those reserves on hand so if something happens, we're not like some of our neighbors that are having to lay off 150 employees, having to cut $60 million in a year, which is a really scary and horrible thing to do. We did $30 million during COVID and it was hard. So we're watching that balance to make sure that we don't have these scary things for our employees of layoffs. We're not there and we will not be there. We're also watching credit agencies, so especially as we look to sell the second issuance of the 2024 bond, those we just set up a meeting today with Fitch, who does our bond ratings, and that helps us get a better interest rate when we sell our bonds. So we're watching all of those things to make sure that we have this sweet spot of we don't want to get ourselves in trouble. We want to have enough that if a crisis comes around that we just don't have control over, we don't have control over the state budget and what's happening, that we have the reserves available, but that we're not too high.
Yeah, I would add that, Jana, if you could go back to the total fund balance slide.
Oops, wrong way.
So we have a Board of Education policy.
Sorry, can you help me again?
That requires that we set aside 3% of expenses. That is not reflected in the graph that CFO Schleissner just showed. So that 3% of expenses that the Board of Education policy says we have to set aside, that will always be set aside. This fund balance the unassigned fund balance that we were looking at a moment ago is over and above the Tabor
Second one.
reserves and the board policy. So there. Stop. Thank you. So the blue represents board policy and Tabor reserves. When we're talking about the gray, when we're talking about going down to 4%, we're just talking about our unassigned fund balance portion going down to 4%. So I think it's important to say we still are going to have, the blue is 6% and the orange is another 3.5%. So it's that 4% on top of those. The other thing I just want to point out, you all know this because you were here, or many of you were here, but for the public, some of the uses of fund balance that when we strategically spun down, when we were spending down fund balance strategically were things like one-time retention bonuses for our staff to help us hold on to our staff at a time when we were paying 20% below the market and losing staff. So that's an example of a strategic use of fund balance that doesn't commit us year over year, but allows us to have something important for our district and our kids, which is holding on to our teachers. So hopefully that helps provide some clarity as well.
I think I had seen Director Callahan's hand up and then go back around.
So I'm going to stay with our fund balance topic. So in the 27-28 school year, the goal is it? Would you characterize it as a goal, a commitment that we have a balanced budget and we're not using the unrestricted fund balance?
I'd call it a strong goal. I don't know what superintendent would call it. We're watching the revenue side a little bit from the state too, which will determine.
Understanding that it's not always completely in our control, it is absolutely our goal to have a balanced budget in 27-28 so that we are no longer strategically spending down fund balance, and we've got a fund balance that stabilizes. The unassigned fund balance, we'd like it to stabilize between 3% and 5%. And then we'll just leave it there because we feel like that's a pretty good amount because it still protects us from what happened in 2008. So should something happen, that's still enough to protect us and insulate us from a rescission or something like that, but it's also not excessive.
Thanks.
Other questions on this side? Director Geiger.
I want to talk to you a little bit about what went on in the last day or two about the School Finance Act, which essentially we ended up getting as a district about $1 million less of an increase than we expected when the School Finance Act first came in, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to me the change in per pupil allocation for charter schools that just came out yesterday?
Yeah.
As part of a compromise and negotiation. But as I understand it, charter school pass-through will change based upon this new provision in the School Finance Act. Can you explain that to us?
Yes, I'm happy to. I was very involved in all those conversations, and it's been going on for the past 6 months for charter schools. So what was realized at the end of last year when the new school finance was first implemented is that there were unintended consequences for charter schools. So for instance, charter schools up in Adams 12 itself has a very high at-risk percentage, so that district gets funded pretty highly in that new formula. However, there are charter schools within that district that serve students at a much lower at-risk population, and so under the old formula and the old law, they were getting funded based on the school district's at risk, not at the charter schools. So when you talk about moving some charter schools over onto the new formula, which is very, very much based on student demographics, it dropped their funding significantly for them. So there's 250 some charter schools in the state. This affected, 25 of them. So really all the conversation was around these 25 schools of, as we move to this new formula, how do we not negatively impact or create a softer landing for those charter schools that have traditionally been funded based on a demographic that they don't serve? So it was always an agreement with the League of Charter Schools that we would figure out a way to, in some time frame, move those charter schools to be funded based on their demographics through that new formula. It was all, how do we do that? So if I can remember it was so fast, and it was just a couple days ago that went through. But if I remember right, year one is 25-26 program plus 1%, the greater of that, or their own, putting them through their own formula based on 30% implementation. So there's an either or of, you will either fund you based on your demographics, or we'll give you last year's plus a little bit, and then we're going to start moving you onto the formula. And then there's a year 2 and year 3 agreement on there just to start moving them towards that formula. But the whole idea was, as we start moving to this different way of funding charter schools, which is aligned with what the legislator's vision was of how districts should be funded, we should apply that same theory to charter schools. We just have to be careful not to negatively impact those kids that are within our charter schools that have traditionally been funded differently through no fault of their own. That helps.
And again, for those who've not been following this as closely, 2 years ago, the legislature decided that the per pupil assignment would be impacted by what you call at-risk students. And as I recall, that's multi-language learners, special education students, and free and reduced lunch.
Correct.
Correct? So districts that have higher numbers of those students got a slightly higher per pupil allocation from the state. But the charter schools within, and so if Adams got more money for everybody, the charter schools got an equal chunk of that.
Yes.
Now that's gonna change over time. If you're serving at-risk students as a charter school, you're gonna get more money than a charter school that does not serve as many at-risk students. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Any of our schools in that 25 schools that we were talking about?
Yes, but it's a very small percentage for them, and I know to them it's still dollars, right? Like it's still a negative instead of I understand that going this direction instead of that direction hurts. For us, it was like a 1% to 2% change in funding when fully implemented, and then we have 3 charter schools that actually benefit from the formula. So they will benefit a little bit from this softer landing plan that we came up with.
So in terms of money to the neighborhood schools and to the district, it's close to a wash. We're not gonna the district's not gonna get a bunch of more money.
No.
It's about the same amount's gonna pass through to charter schools.
Yeah, very small difference for us.
Okay.
If I could follow up on that, I'm not sure I'm understanding. Are we gonna change the way we allocate funding to our district administered charter schools? And when and how does that philosophy happen?
Yeah, so it slightly changed this year that we're in, so the 25-26 school year. At the very end of the legislative session, we figured out that, hey, this isn't working for charter schools, so they just said, take that 15% of the new formula and just spread it evenly across everybody and call it a day. So then we came to this year knowing that we'd have to revisit that conversation because it was a 1-year only conversation. And so we were always leaning the direction of having charter schools funded under their own demographics, which truthfully isn't only a new formula issue. That's where the problem really came to light. But it was also a problem under their old formula because they were getting funded for a demographic that they did not serve. So this new plan is just going to get them, so for our charter schools, as we go to 15% implementation, 30% implementation, which we're going to be there for a while, is my belief, It just changes it slightly for them, but we do have some hold harmless provisions for the next couple years to allow our charter schools and others across the state to start right sizing, if you will, for their demographics and their funding that is coming. So what we didn't want to do is, the other problem was the cost of living factor that we dealt with at the end of the session. And it's really, really hard to make budgeting decisions and changes when you're this close to the end of the year. So we didn't want to do that to our charter schools. But again, our charter schools, even at fully implementing the new School Finance Act, it's 1% to 2%, so we're not talking huge dollars to either us or them, although it's, they feel it when it goes negative, so I'm not trying to diminish the effect that it has on them.
Superintendent Kane?
Yeah, I just want to keep it as simple as possible. 1448, that bill that changed funding for all of us, is based on the idea of backpack funding, where the funding follows the student. If the student is at risk, they get more funding. If the student has special needs, they get more funding, et cetera. So what Jana's talking about, what is contemplated, is having that backpack funding follow all the way through into the individual charter schools, which it wasn't. So that's kind of the fundamental change at a really simplified level.
And I guess I was wondering, is that in effect now? Was kind of my original question.
We're heading that direction. It is the greater of that, running them through the formula at 30%, or 1% of the prior year.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of combination.
Okay.
And to be clear, this is not a district decision. We don't get to decide how much we pass through.
Correct.
Pass-through is based on number of students in a charter school, number of at-risk students, application of the formula.
Correct.
Thank you.
Great. Other questions? And I know we're out of time, but this is a really important conversation. We'll just continue unless anyone feels the need to stop. Okay, Director Thompson.
Do you need a motion to extend the time? I don't know.
Officially, yes. Is there a motion to extend the time and providing a time amount?
Given the time on the agenda and the importance of this, and the absolute recency of new information, I would move to extend the time on this discussion for another 10 minutes.
Okay. It's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Thompson to extend our discussion for additional 10 minutes. I'll call roll. Director Callahan. Denzler.
Aye.
Geiger.
Aye.
Meek. Aye. Parker.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Okay, it passes 7-0. We have another 10 minutes. And Director Thompson.
Thank you. I feel like we need to offer you a chair. Because after like so long, right, that's a long time to be standing and feel like you're on the spot. But I just kind of wanted to, I had a different question, but I did want to follow up to how we've strategically used fund balance, because it was different the last school year. And we actually used it for ongoing expenses as well as one-time expenses. And so I think it's just making sure that that's clear for directors that, if we don't approve fund balance use when it's on the agenda, right, that would result in cuts, right? You guys would have to cut the budget. You'd have to cut ongoing stuff. So I think that's an important distinction to make. So I think like we can talk about deficit spending, or I know there's a lot of financial terms that mean very specific things that I will get wrong, but from like our basic understanding, like that's what happens if we don't approve. So for me, I'm wondering, when we're looking at the amount that's being pulled, and then seeing possibly, depending what happens on revenue, all those other factors, why isn't it like half of the ask with some cuts this year, and then the following year more cuts? Like, I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's a great question. Let me actually go back to that slide if I can. I think it's not on there. So most of that is the compensation and benefit increases that was voted on back in December. Like, that's the only thing that's going to make a difference in the the big picture of the budget. So we are strategically trying to, retention of our employees and our great test scores and our great graduation rates are really important to us, and valuing those employees while we can. And if you remember the graph that we've talked about during especially the mill levy override conversations, of we have just caught up to that pack, and we're looking to maybe get into the pack a little bit because we're still at the bottom of that pack. This helps us strategically just stay in that compensation game, if you will, of making sure that we're valuing our employees, keeping those employees that are so important to us. And then as we're also consolidating these schools, and that's a big step for us, of taking those 6 schools into 3 schools. That is a 1-year expense. So we can right size that piece of, $4.2, almost $5 million next year. As our neighbors are not giving raises, giving very small raises, or actually cutting staff, we're able to kind of strategically position ourselves in a better spot for the future. And we have the time and the fund balance to do it right now. And we have a solid plan to right size it, or a plan in process to right size it next year. So I think we're still getting ourselves in a good position to take care of our employees who are here, who take care of our kids, and not put ourselves in jeopardy into the future.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, just to add to that, you're absolutely right about why we should be making some cuts this year and some cuts next year. So that's when CFO Schleissner went through the department area, the departments have been making cuts from this year going into next year. So that is something that's happening. It's counterbalanced by things like increased fuel prices and utilities, and because of course we're not keeping up with inflation. Our funding is not keeping up with inflation. But the departmental cuts are happening, and then those growth and decline cuts will be happening as we go into 27, 28, and working on getting everything right-sized. But the right size of the departments is going on right now.
Thank you. I just want to speak to that. So I wasn't suggesting that we change course. I was just wanting it to be explained why this course was being chosen. Thank you. And then I do have another, but I'll wait for someone else.
Let me see if there are other questions first. Director Ryan?
So, and we had comments tonight. We've had multiple comments from folks talking about blending things here, talking about the MLL, of an idea that all of this money that we're asking for could be found elsewhere. I think your presentations on State of the District answered a lot of these questions if people paid attention to it, but at some point we're getting, to keep the gruesome metaphor of cutting the fat, you're cutting into muscle eventually. There's no more fat left. And so from at least what we've been told, by 27, 28, we're at muscle, and that's when we start losing. So I don't know if you want to comment on what that looks like for our district for the folks that are concerned.
Thank you, Director Ryan. I think that's a really good point and something that's worth making sure we're really clear on. We're doing all this work right now to get to make cuts, and we certainly are in muscle, to make cuts to get us right-sized, because when we go to our taxpayers to ask for funding, we don't want to be asking for funding because we're not spending responsibly. We have a balanced budget, and we're running incredibly lean. We are asking for funding for very specific things to have our staff be more competitively compensated, and for student programming such as restoring elementary music that was cut, instrumental music that was cut back in 2014 or so. So that's a really good point. We are not asking for a mill levy override in order to fill in a budget deficit. We are dealing with our budget deficit responsibly by cutting as much as we possibly can. Does that help provide the clarity you think our public needs? Thank you.
Right, Director Dinsler?
And along the same lines, I think for the edification of the public and for the listener, what do we mean by, and either of you can answer this, who are we talking about when we talk about staff? I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding in public comment on that.
Sure.
if you understood that.
Yeah, I would be happy to address that. So 54% of our staff are licensed staff. That means our teachers and our educators. But a huge percentage of our staff are our classified staff. Those are our paraprofessionals that are barely making what they can make at Chick-fil-A, and they're in our schools working with our children. That's the vast majority of the remaining staff. We do also have professionals in various capacities, such as information technology, who we are not paying even remotely competitively, because for information technology people, we are not competing with school districts. We are actually competing with the private sector, which is incredibly challenging. So when we do talk about staff, we are talking through and through. And actually, I just want to address what I think the public also, they're like, well, the teachers should get a raise, but the principals shouldn't. And our principals are even further under market than our teachers are. And all of us know only too well that if your principal turns over every 2 years, getting those incredible academic scores of growth and achievement and stability for a school is very complicated. Leadership does matter too, and I'd never want to diminish the efforts of every individual in our system, and that none of them are being paid competitively. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that.
Yeah, and I would just add that, that includes our bus drivers, that includes all of our transportation staff, our behavior technicians who help with severe needs, our plumbers, our electricians, yes. And I can think of nothing more crushing to building morale than having a licensed teacher get a raise and not having that paraprofessional who is essential to their instruction get the same kind of raise. So that's who we mean when we say staff in the district. Thank you.
Okay, we have 1 minute left, and I think I have 2 hands up. Fast as you can, Geiger and then Thompson.
I'm going to ask the question that should cause everybody some fear. Is it fair to say that the increase in the education budget this year was in some part enabled by one-time funds in the state budget?
Yes.
And if those one-time funds don't exist next year, there's no guarantee we're going to get even 1% raise.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, it could be cut.
Correct.
Thank you.
Director Thompson.
Thank you for that comment. So, as I'm going through slides and thinking through like how the information might be perceived by other directors and the public, I did want to ask for clarity. So we have the slide with the pie charts.
Yes.
And it shows, kind of how spending is allocated across site-based budgets, both discretionary and non-discretionary, and yep, that one. So I think that if you were looking at the slides, that you would think that there's a relationship between the different slides. So this is expenditures, and then we saw priority expenditures. So I think it's fair to assume that the number that you see on that slide would be similar to the changes that happen year over year with this slide, but that's not the case, right? If you were to total it, it's like $64 million and increases across each little section. So you just mind clarifying why that's different?
I'm not sure I can answer that well. I don't know if you can.
Good evening, directors. Restate your question again, real quick, to see if I try to understand it again.
Yeah, so if this pie chart, there's an increase in the amounts for each expenditures, right? And it equals, if I were to just total all of them, it's like 64. If I were to look at like purple, I think it was 8 million, right? But when we're looking at the other slide that says the priority expenses, right? After savings and all of that, it says 4 million at that final number. So just trying to understand why we would see 4 million there and why that's not related to the difference that we're seeing in the pie chart.
Can I ask for just one more clarification on the question? When you're saying the difference between the purple, you mean this year versus last year? Thank you.
So in comparison to the current 25-26 school year. So that is based on the projection of where we expect to end the year. So we're looking at a year-over-year expenditure change from that revised budget, but also concerned when we're looking at the expenditures and transfers, where we think now that we have Q3 wrapped up, it gives us a bit more clarity on where we're heading for 26, 27. So some of those numbers have shifted within there, but overall, when you look at the year-over-year increases, the percentages don't change. Some of the math may have a little bit difference here and there, just in the point in time of where we compared, of where we appropriated some of those budgets across these different categories.
Okay, directors, we're out of time, but I think we have another bite at the apple because this is going to be back on our agenda at our next meeting. And so just as a reminder, originally, this was supposed to be, the financial plan and everything, but with the legislature changes and everything happening, we don't have that plan available. So I think it was slide at the end, you were slide 12, no, slide 13. So the proposed executive summary of the financial plan and budget will be provided at the May 26th meeting. So we need to put this on the agenda again. And then 2 weeks later, we'll be approving the budget. And so I just wanted to call out that, traditionally, we've had 4 weeks between the final plan being posted and us voting on it. And I think it's because we used to have 2 meetings in June, and their second meeting in June was the meeting where we were approving, and it allowed for that 4-week time period. I think we've had multiple presentations on this topic, but I just wanted to elevate that the final plan won't be posted until the next meeting, and then it's 2 weeks. And I wanted to see if there was concern with that time frame, or if you feel like the added presentations that we've had recently will suffice. Director Thompson.
So I don't think it's been finalized yet, but if we're already meeting on Tuesday next week, would that be too soon?
Yeah, I don't think we're meeting on Tuesday next week. I know are you thinking?
For reschedule, yeah, of the special session.
It hasn't been rescheduled, and I think they're looking at rescheduling the special meeting for the May 26th date. The loss in electricity today caused a lot of what-if scenarios that were out there, so. Any other thoughts on the scheduling and timing? How much time do we need to allocate next week? Do you anticipate basically the same presentation, just with a few tweaks? Or I guess I'm just trying to understand what we need in terms of scheduling.
We were going to put it on consent agenda with a memo. We can do whatever board wishes. We can do a small update. We can post it, just answer questions, whichever you would prefer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have more questions, like on slide 9 that we didn't have a chance to get to. So I think maybe it's a benefit to spend some time at the next meeting, perhaps a 30-minute segment again for us just to walk through questions, and then understanding that the final approval is on the June 9th meeting. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, all right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is very helpful. All right, it is about 8 o'clock, and we are now moving into our policy governance section 10. As a reminder, this portion of the agenda focuses on the board's governance role, how we set directions, monitor performance, ensure accountability on behalf of our community. And the first item we have is 10.1, school year 2026 Board of Education budget discussion. So this is the board's budget within the larger budget. And understanding that, I will turn it over to our board treasurer, Dr. Thompson, to walk us through the update and discussion.
So I don't have really any material updates regarding expenditures so far this year, but bringing back the budget with some live streaming options at the bottom of the document because we've had previous conversations about interest in live streaming DAC. We've received information about different costs, and to bring it back with our budget before proposed budget's finalized, to look and see what those options are, and where everyone might be leaning. So there's, if you can see it, 4 on the bottom. Do you want me to read them out? Would that be helpful? Okay, so option 1 is hire additional live stream part-time operator and closed captions with a minimum, it's a minimum cost of $55,000 per year. Option 2 is live stream outside, an outside contractor and have closed captions at $65,000 as an annual estimate. And then option 3 is live stream with current equipment and staff, which is about $13,000 for that estimate, but we have staff time that we're using. And then option 4, move DAC to virtual, minimum cost of $4,000 to $5,500 for Zoom license and some staff and closed captions. And I'm not sure, based off of those that have served on the DAC, if there have been preference between live stream or conversations about Zoom or anything like that, so.
That was gonna be my question. I think DAC is meeting on Thursday, and I think it might be helpful to have this conversation with the DAC and then come back and discuss with us at the next meeting. We'll have a short agenda on this as well. Are there other reactions, though, to live streaming costs or options?
Is DAC getting, or has it gotten a budget update? Or will it get one on Thursday? I'm not sure I've seen the agenda. Okay. Because I think that context is important.
And then, are there any other questions? I know that there are a couple one-time expenses that kind of inflated what our budget looked like for this year. Those are back in the notes, but I didn't know if there were any follow-up questions on those as well. So for example, election fees are one time. Currently, we don't have any in our budget. We would add that item to the budget if we planned on putting something on the ballot.
And to clarify for the public, that's an amount we pay to the county clerk and recorder to put it on the ballot.
Correct. Thank you. Also, we don't have carryover on our budget. So keep that in mind. We made an exception with some savings before and some back and forth with the stack conversation, et cetera. And then, of course, a timeline with updating the system that just didn't work within the same fiscal year. So.
Do you know what the fund balance looks like for this year with what's left? I think I'm missing that.
Oh, sorry, there's no actuals on there.
Yeah.
It's in, if you give me a minute, I'll pull it up.
Okay. So costs that could be considered, we always have professional development costs that are embedded. When it's brand new board, right, you might have additional costs, but there's also online training opportunities around policy governance or monitoring or different areas. So those may be areas of interest for board members, and I'm happy to find resources on that if that's helpful or of interest.
So our actuals to date, we're at 384,983, and the available is 312,815, and some change.
All right. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director Thompson. So with that, we will move to item 10.3. It's the board policy GBEB staff conduct second reading. As a reminder, we heard the first reading on April 7th, and this policy outlines expectations for staff conduct, including professional, ethical, and legal responsibilities, as well as maintaining appropriate boundaries with students and interactions grounded in mutual respect. This is an important policy that directly supports a safe, professional, and respectful learning environment across the district. And again, this is a second reading, so we are voting on this evening. Superintendent Kane, is there anything the staff wants to share before I open it up for discussion?
Good evening, directors. We do not have really any specific items to share other than there are no additional revisions to the policy since the recommendations for the first reading. And it is important to remember that these recommendations are coming forward as a result of a revisions made to state law, as well as to make sure this policy at GBEB related to mandatory reporting is consistent with revisions to board policy made at JLF and JLFR, which were made in response to the revisions to state law. And I just ask that we move to page 2 of the second reading of the red line version of GBEB, which identifies the revisions recommended to this policy or proposed for this policy. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I'd be happy to review the changes made to the state law, which actually drive the revisions being proposed to GBEB related to mandatory reporting, if the board would like.
Would the board like that review? Oh, Director Ryan.
I had raised it before that it's confusing double listing of things. It appears that comes directly from statute, so we can thank our legislature for that confusion.
Right. That's correct, and I appreciated it. I actually went back to listen to your comment, Director Ryan, and we don't disagree. It's the legislators we have to blame for that confusing language.
It's always fun to say that. Other questions? Any further? All right, I will entertain a motion.
We move to adopt policy JBEB.
GBEB.
Did I say it wrong? JBEB.
G.
GBEB, oh my goodness, staff conduct as presented in the second reading.
And I think I heard a second. So it's been moved by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Callahan that the board approve the proposed updates to board policy GBEB staff conduct. With that, any discussion? I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler? Aye. Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0. That takes us to our Community Connections 10.3 item. It's a SAG roundtable debrief. And just as a reminder, on April 20th, the Student Advisory Group invited the board to roundtable discussions. The agenda item has copies of the presentation slide decks, and nearly all of us were able to attend those presentations and discussion. Director Densler, thank you for summarizing the feedback from those discussions. This agenda item also includes a proposed resolution in response to the SAG roundtable discussions. We actually have 20 minutes for this agenda item, and if it's okay with everyone, I'd like to run it a little bit differently for discussion first, and then I'd like to open open it up to the superintendent if there's any reactions from the staff perspective as well. And then we'll just save the last amount of our time to discuss the resolution itself. So would a board member in 5 words or less say one thing that stood out to you from the discussions or the write-up? So I'll give an example. Passionate student advocacy and constructive feedback. I think I did it in 5. Is that 6? All right, I broke my rule. It's close. Anyone else want to volunteer to go next? Director Thompson.
Just appreciative of student engagement.
Thank you. We'll just go down the line, or you can say pass if you want to. Director Ryan, do you mind going next?
The insights our students have are fantastic.
Great. Director Parker?
Yeah, the passion of our students was evident.
And insightful opportunities for growth.
Director Denzer, and then Geiger.
I think what comes to mind, and this is not 5 words or less, just the civic engagement that's being cultivated. There we go. Cultivated civic engagement, 3 words.
There you go. Director Geiger?
Important student-staff interaction.
Great. Was there anything that surprised you? Anyone? Anything that you found surprising from what you heard? Director Dinsler.
I think just how thoughtful our students are about like AI in particular. I think that that's something that we're all kind of grappling with in real time as it's being developed. We're all trying to figure out how to use it and why to use it and what the ethical parameters are. And I think that I was just really impressed, maybe not surprised, but very impressed how deeply our students have thought on this.
Director Geiger.
I am always struck and surprised at the level of deep empathy the members of SAG express for their fellow students. That they truly, particularly the peer review group, the peer counseling group, that every one of them took very seriously that they are there to improve the lot of everybody in the district, and that they are thinking much beyond their own needs and wishes.
Director Thompson.
That was nice. I liked what you had to say. I was really impressed at how well prepared they were for the presentations, especially considering we know that their time was very limited, and we actually did put a lot of demands on the SAG, especially with like different feedback opportunities throughout the year. So it coming together like it did, I mean, that was a lot of effort on their end, and staff that helped.
For me, I was pleasantly surprised at how they really have moved towards trying to look at policy and trying to see, well, what does policy say about this? And looking at, outcome measures. And, that's something that we've been talking with them about for a couple of years. And I think it's been really challenging for the students not to just want to say, I want to do this program, or I want to do this service, or I want to create this. And this was the first year I felt like they really tried hard to say, oh, this is what our policies say. And policies are our values, right? And so that was surprising. The AI group, again, also just the depth of their presentation was really interesting and everything. Any other surprises or comments or something that you're curious about? And then I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Kane.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, okay, sorry. I was surprised about the ongoing work, and so at the tables, I was at. They talked about what they were doing last year, what the students' conclusions were, and then they were like kind of passing the baton. The seniors were passing the baton. And so this isn't just a year by year new project thing. This is like a living endeavor. So that was really cool.
Yeah, there are students on there for years, and they have continued to evolve their projects and their passion, and it's really exciting to see. Directors, any other comments before we hand it over to Superintendent Kane? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, I was dying of thirst. I really enjoyed the new format, Director Meek, where the students had the roundtables and staff and the Board of Education were able to sit at the roundtables with the students rather than having everyone sit through 5 or 6 formal presentations. I think it was more meaningful for the students because they got more direct interaction with staff and board directors. And it was a really good use of everyone's time. So I just wanted to shout out appreciation for the new format strategy.
I had the same impression from the students appreciating that as well. And it really is engaging and powerful to have those conversations with them. Director Geiger.
I had the opportunity to sit with Assistant Superintendent Hyatt. I would be interested to hear from the cabinet members who were there, what they felt and what they thought they got from it as well. Because I believe Ms. Hyatt and I have had a chance a couple of times to do this, and each time we come away with new impressions. So if you don't mind, a couple of minutes on that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of what we're hoping for.
So thank you for asking us to share just our experience. So I'm just always incredibly grateful to having the opportunity to interact with our students and hear their points of view and advocacy on a variety of really important priorities for our school district. And so what I really appreciated about the most recent opportunity, having had the chance to connect with our SAG students a couple different times this year, is that they really did listen to feedback that we had shared with them when we met with them. I know I had met with a group with Superintendent Kane in April, I think, and as they were preparing for their presentations and conversations with board members, they asked us questions and we gave them some feedback to consider. And they actually took our feedback, and by the end, their last presentation, they incorporated that, which was really, really impressive to see. I mean, I really don't have a doubt that they would do that, but they actually were very much eager to learn and be able to show and demonstrate what that learning entailed for them. So I thought that was incredible. I had the chance to join Director Geiger at 2 of the different tables for presentations. One was the student safety presentation that very specifically focused in on what we can better do to support our substitute teachers, knowing what our safety procedures and protocols are. And while they do attend, our substitutes do attend mandatory training on an annual basis, it gave us some new ways of thinking about some resources that are consistent across our schools that we plan to incorporate in terms of those safety protocols going into next year. So that's some work that's going to be happening this summer. And so I'm really it was really beneficial to hear that perspective. And there are a few things that we can absolutely incorporate to help to ensure that our substitutes do have the information they need if they're in a situation where we're in a posture change and they need to understand or access something firsthand on what they need to do in that situation. So I thought that was great. So very beneficial. And then I also had the chance to join the mental health subgroup, and that subgroup really shared with us just their advocacy and the research and the policies around peer counseling. And so we do, as stated in the notes, we do have peer counseling in some of our high schools, but not all of our high schools. And so our conversation really entailed, why might that be? curious to know more from our counselors' perspective in terms of what those barriers might be for implementing a peer counseling program. And so we're meeting with high school principals this week. That is on my agenda to speak with them about, just to bring awareness around SAG's advocacy in this area, with continued conversations with our high school counselors at the beginning of next year, so we can really engage them. And that was part of the conversation we had with our students, is we really want to do things with them in a very collaborative sort of way versus just kind of directing staff to do some different things. And so we talked about different leadership styles and approaches. So those were a few of my takeaways.
That's fantastic. Any other staff feedback at this point? Mr. Clella?
So Mr. Blair and I totally lucked out. We got to talk about AI with a bunch of really thoughtful kids. I think I can speak for the group when I say that it was awesome in that it affirmed a lot of what we had been thinking internally. But of course, kids come up with nuances and their day-to-day that we can't totally tap into as we're thinking through, as the adults are thinking through what they're thinking through. So to have, those nuances surface was really, really great. And of course, the kids don't have all of the picture, and they have the lens that they have, and we have the lens that we have. And so having those conversations and trying to bring those lenses together, for lack of a better description, was fantastic. And again, I think I can speak for Mr. Blair when I said we were very, very impressed with what they brought to the table. They were serious, again, very, very thoughtful, and very, very practical in the way they were thinking about it. So I would concur with Superintendent Kane. The format was great, for whatever that's worth, to President Meek, and it was fantastic.
Great. Well, tonight we actually have an opportunity to do something that's both simple and significant. We can listen to the students and respond with clarity with the resolution, which is how the board expresses its voice. And so over the past several months, the Student Advisory Group has brought forward thoughtful, candid research feedback about their experiences in our system. While their topics varied from safety to AI to mental health and belonging, their message was pretty remarkably consistent. I think you heard this in public comment as well, that their experience really depends on the classroom, the adult, or the school. Newsflash, that's not hugely surprising, right? I was actually on another board meeting last night, and someone was talking about that very exact thing. But it is our job as a board to pay attention to what their experiences look like across the system. And so this resolution is not about us adopting programs or prescribing solutions. It's about us clarifying what we believe what students should consistently experience, and ensuring our governance system reflects that. And that's our job. Our job is to make sure that we are connecting with the students and we're hearing from them. We're reviewing our policies. We're making sure that the policies reflect those values that we're hearing consistently. And when we do our monitoring, we're making sure that those outcomes are being achieved in the system. And so that's really what the resolution is about. It's about our commitments back to the students. And I just want to thank the students for their leadership. I actually ran into one of the student leaders on Mother's Day. He was out walking with his sister and his parents, and we stopped and we chatted, and he was very excited to hear about how we passed the resolution or not tonight. I promised we would get back to them tomorrow. And he's just excited about, hey, I have ideas for improvements for next year, because he's a continuing leader. And so that was really, it filled my bucket on Mother's Day. So I didn't have my own kids, but I had the SAG leader that I ran into. So with that, I would just really like to encourage my colleagues to consider this resolution as a way to commit to hearing the students, responding, and then circling back to them and committing to have those conversations with them at the start of the next school year about the work that we've done in this area. So with that, I will just see if there is a motion to approve the proposed resolution, and then we can discuss edits or potential changes.
Move to adopt.
All right, so it was Director Geiger moved and Director Callahan seconded a motion to adopt the proposed resolution. With that, I will open it up for discussion. Director Thompson.
I just like how intentional it is to hit every subgroup and the main takeaways, so I appreciate the way that this was written.
Director Geiger.
I'm most focused on subsection A, review and remind ends, policies, and executive limitations. That should be true from all of our public engagement. That should be the goal of our community connections, is that we listened to the people out there and we, as a board, set that direction for the superintendent. And so I think reaffirming the student voice on that kind of decision-making is really important. Obviously the monitoring it matters, but our job is to set goals. And I think making it clear to students throughout that we're going to listen to them on that's important.
Thank you. I'd like to thank staff for their help in refining the language of the resolution. And so I think we were able to craft something stronger through the edits that were provided. And I was excited about adding the follow-up section as well. It's something that I think we heard from the students when we met with them was it December? We had our conversation here with them, and oftentimes they don't feel like there's like that feedback loop is happening. And that's actually feedback we hear from board committees as well, like how important it is that we're circling back and we're closing the loop on how their time and energy that they dedicate to us, we're hearing them, it makes a difference in our decision making. And so I agree with you, Director Geiger, this is kind of how it's supposed to work for all of our connections. And so with that, I will see if there's any other discussion. Seeing none, I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. All right, moving right along, we are at item 10.4, monitoring report, board ends 2, approval of interpretations. And before we kind of jump into the discussion on the monitoring reports, I just want to provide some brief context and get a sense of where the board wants to go. We agreed as a board to ask the superintendent for interpretations on the 2 monitoring reports on the ends that we have on our agenda tonight. And for these reports, there appears to be some inconsistency in how interpretation was interpreted or approached. And specifically, rather than the full interpretation that would have included, in addition to the definitions of key terms, it would include specific targets or indicators of compliance, the rationale for those. All of that is really what an interpretation is. The reports really stopped at the definition portion of an interpretation. And so given that, I just want to pause and ask, how the board would like to proceed on this item, and then we can kind of jump into that process. Director Ryan.
I think the idea behind doing interpretation first was to make sure that information wasn't being gathered that didn't need to be gathered and make it easier on the evidence end to make sure that the interpretation was aligned before grabbing evidence that we may not even be looking for. I don't think we can do that with the interpretations that were provided without knowing what the benchmarks are and what we're shooting for, so we know what the evidence, where that needs to come from. I don't know that it would be helpful to make an assessment of this. They aren't necessarily incorrect. I think we could say these are reasonable interpretations, but I don't know how helpful it would be to then go to benchmarks plus evidence in the next one. The idea was to make sure that we could lessen the load on gathering evidence. So my position would be that we ask Superintendent Kane what would be a reasonable time frame to fill out that portion. That way we can have a reduced lift on evidence rather than having them both come at the same time.
Superintendent Kane.
Yes, we could have prepared indicators of compliance for the interpretations and rationale for those indicators of compliance for the June 9th meeting in terms of a reasonable time frame, given that we're right on top of graduations.
I know. Yeah, I mean, the time frame is unfortunate with how crowded everything, graduation start, celebrations, everything. Budget, and our agendas are actually kind of already built out to about 10 o'clock for each of the next two meetings. So, so if we do that, then we are knowingly, going later into the evening. One other is we could move that we just don't have reasonable interpretations for now. And we can look at the monitoring schedule for next year and see if there's a way to juggle it so that we look at those ends monitoring earlier in the year instead of putting the additional workload on for the remainder of this year, the workload for both staff and the board. Director Thompson and then Ryan.
Honestly, that makes sense because we're going to be going into the next school year anyways. And, this we've heard repeatedly, like moving them down to future meetings, asking for changes, all of that, the burden. So I just say, like, let's call it. And I think that's a good suggestion that we look at our monitoring next year and try to bump it up because this is such an important one out of all of them. So,
Director Ryan.
I mean, where I would struggle is I don't think it's an unreasonable interpretation. I don't think the misinterpretation is unreasonable either. So I don't necessarily think that it would be, I think it would be more useful for moving this forward and making sure that we're aligned to have something that's more workable rather than effectively saying, all right, we're not going to monitor our ends, which are the most important thing that we passed.
Sorry, Superintendent Kane.
President Meek, I know you often like to have these discussions in a retreat format, so perhaps having the interpretations and indicators of compliance reviewed in the July retreat, and then we're on the schedule. I appreciate Director Ryan's comments that the misinterpretation was not crazy either, so I appreciate that comment. So I'm concerned about the idea of being out of compliance and that we didn't do what the board asked for when perhaps it wasn't unreasonable the way that we interpreted it. But also I think July would be a good opportunity to really dig into those indicators of compliance. Of course, I haven't asked my colleague here.
I guess my concern with July is just officially that's like the next school year, right? And it really is pushing it to the next school year, but it's soon, right? So, Director Densler.
I do kind of like the idea of revisiting this at the retreat, mostly because, in my opinion, as just one person on the board, I think the ends reports are quite different from all of the other EL reports. And I think that's worth sort of diving into. All of the other reports are written as like disproving negatives, like making sure you haven't touched the guardrails. But these are affirmative statements. These are statements that are fundamentally different about like superintendent and cabinet and staff activities. And I just think that they deserve a little bit of a different, I don't know if it's a different approach necessarily, but just different attention and different sort of clarifications around expectations there. I think that and I could be misunderstanding what we had decided at our February work session, but I kind of think we kind of lumped them all in together. And I just, throughout this whole process of seeing more monitoring reports and really kind of diving into them, I've just come to appreciate that the ends reports are just so fundamentally different.
Yeah, they're the most important. It's what we're here to achieve. And so, okay, Director Geiger.
Well, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I was gonna say, it's seeming like maybe the July retreat makes sense. It's actually prioritizing them to the very beginning of the next school year. Essentially, it's as soon as we can after this year has ended, but Director Geiger?
Well, and obviously that's quote unquote the new school year. But I don't think it's inappropriate to look back at the start of one year, what we just did on the last. I'm not looking for not looking for a 12-hour agenda on the 25th of July. But I think, given the feedback that we've given on this, and that tends to be a better place to have a conversation. I'm always worried about the fact we're not doing it in front of the public as much as we are doing here, and that would be my concern about doing it at the retreat. That said, 'twere best done ill than not done at all.
Yeah, so the retreat would be a work session, so
Yeah.
it would have to come back to a public meeting. Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, so here's my suggestion very specifically. I think at the retreat, we could talk about the interpretations and the indicators of compliance and the rationale, not evidence. But part of our agreed upon monitoring report schedule has the global end statements in May, ends one in January, and ends two in March. And so my recommendation would be that we deliver those end reports next school year on the monitoring schedule complete with the evidence after having agreed upon the first two sections of the template in the sections called interpretation, which is what I interpreted as interpretations, and the section called indicators of compliance.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I'll tell you, I've started sketching out the draft agenda for the retreat that I was going to speak to tonight, because I think we need to get it on Thursday's agenda planning, because we're asking board committee leaders to join us. We need to be communicating out to them before people disappear. So my initial thinking that I wanted to share tonight was the morning would really be held for our board governance work. And that's typically where we do our community connections planning, but that could also be our conversation around the interpretations on the ends. And I think that can all fit in the morning section of the retreat. The rest of what I was going to propose was the board committee leaders, that would be board chairs and vice chairs for all of our board committees, would join us for lunch, and then we would go into conversations with them well, actually, I had reached out to Jolie Jones to see if she would be available to do a little professional development with our committee leaders and us on elevating voices, kind of common understandings on how board committees operate. So we have an interactive conversation with them before we go into the board committee priorities, which we typically do in July, and the MLO conversation that was part of our motion in the last meeting. And all of that's a pretty full day. I mean, that's pretty much starting at 8:30 and ending at 4:30. So I think the proposal here fits into the July retreat planning, if that feels appropriate to everyone. Director Thompson.
Be remiss not to just mention the fact that our schedule is full, and we had an hour of our time tonight scheduled for this. That is now not being utilized in a helpful way. And and that, you know, I understand that direction is given at meetings, but clarity is always an option through communication with the president. And so my ask moving forward would be in instances where maybe clarity is needed to reach out and seek out that clarity. So we're being thoughtful about each other's time. So we have less meetings on the agenda because we're trying to be thoughtful of staff time, and I would request the same respect for us.
Other directors? Director Ryan?
I would agree with that as well, that I think there was a missed opportunity to clarify ahead of time, ahead of Friday when everything was posted, and that was kind of the last time. But again, I think it's a reasonable misinterpretation, and I expressed as much even when I saw that that was the case. And so it could have been avoided. It's hard to guess when those things are coming up, but I do think that there could be some more proactivity. So I wanted to just agree with that.
Okay, does anyone want to move to postpone the monitoring reports for ends 2 and global ends to the July 25th board retreat? Well, actually, that doesn't even make sense because we're really not approving it then. Give me a moment to think.
I think we're gonna table the discussion
We're
until
just gonna table.
until July 25th. Move to table agenda items 10.4 and 10.5 to further discussion at the board retreat on July 25th with approval at a later date as decided at the July 25th work session.
All right, it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Callahan to table items 10.4 and 10.5 to the July 25th retreat and further scheduling after that for the full monitoring. Does that sound right? Okay. Any further discussion on this? All right, let's take roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
No.
Right, it passes 6-1. All right, moving right along, we are at item 10.6, legislative updates. We have 5 minutes held for discussion, and I will turn it over to Directors Geiger and Densler for the update.
We've gotten a good update on SB 2623, which is the School Finance Act. A couple of interesting things did happen on some other bills. There was the so-called No Kings Act, which expanded elected officials or governmental officials' civil rights that could be approached in state court. There were concerns at CASB about that would increase potential lawsuits against school board members in specific and other local officials. That was defeated in the Senate Judiciary Committee. There was a strong opposition against that from CASB. I've already informed you that our bill on the kindergarten readiness not only passed both the House and Senate, the governor on the last possible day actually signed it and said thank you and complimented us on the work that was done and some of the changes that were made. There is a bill, I can't remember the name right now, regarding charter school involvement in bond issues. There were a great deal of concerns about the initial phrasing of that essentially required school boards to put charter school bond requirements as a first priority. I think that was more a phrasing issue than anything else. That bill has been amended substantially and brought to a point where, and actually this district was complimented on our work with charter schools and our bonds. That requires consultation. If a charter school wants something on a bond, they can come to us and ask for us to put it on any bond if we are already considering the bond. The other important thing that changed in that bill is that it took away the opportunity of CSI schools in a district to go to the board and demand a bond. They have other ways of financing, and that was left to them. I will do a more updated, the session ends tomorrow. And so who knows what else may come. But it's been, in terms of what we were tracking as a district, it's been relatively slow. We didn't take a position on a lot of bills, except of course the work we did on our kindergarten readiness bill. One thing on the charter school one is all districts now, if they have a long-range planning committee, has to have a charter school member on it. That is not an issue for us. We've had a charter school member on it for, Rudy Lucas has been our charter school member on it since before I was on the long-range planning committee, so we are safe on that, and we've actually recently signed some additional people. So it was a busy session, but not a lot that directly affected Douglas County or our schools.
Thank you very much. That gets us to our final item, Board of Education reports. So I'll start with the president report. We have agenda planning that will take place this Thursday, and it will be at EDCSD if you want to attend in person. So that's a difference for everyone. As always, all board directors are invited to participate. It's open to the public, and you can join virtually. In addition to planning for the May 26th regular meeting, we'll add the retreat on there as well. We need to make sure we have a location for the retreat and all of those details worked out so we can communicate to our committees. There was a special meeting that needed to be canceled today. It's being rescheduled. We're hoping it'll be May 26th, prior to the May 26th meeting like we had it on this one. We'll keep you posted as that's rescheduled. Director Geiger and I had an opportunity to meet with our board committee leadership teams, the chairs and vice chairs, and except for our SAG. It's such a busy time for students, so our student advisory group leadership did not attend, but our other board committee chairs, vice chairs attended. I'm just so thankful. It was a very productive conversation, and the goal was really talking about the resolution or the motion that we had passed at the last meeting, asking for their engagement, meaningful engagement between now and July. Over the next several weeks, each board committee will review key background materials and complete a survey in advance of their June meetings. I raved about the State of the District presentation and really asked everyone to watch that as part of the background. We also shared the slides where there were MLO priorities and conversations, so they received all of that. We've asked them to hold a focused discussion on the MLO with their committees in June, and then to provide structured feedback that would come back to us. We said we would meet with them again in June after the last board committee meeting happens, so we need to schedule that June meeting again just to have another debrief with them, talk through the notes, and then the committee leadership will be invited to join us at the July 25th retreat for deeper discussion. Our finance and operation, the FOC committee, will also help vet potential MLO funding strategies, so they are kind of taking on that additional task as well. The process really is designed to ensure we're hearing from a range of perspectives across our committees and community, and something that they mentioned is different this year from prior years is we don't have the MBEC in place, so we don't have the Mill and Bond Exploratory Committee. So us asking them to come together and help engage in this is really, really important because they feel like there's a bit of a communication gap. And I'm looking forward to hearing their feedback, and I think it's going to help us evaluate our next steps as well. So a huge thank you to our committee leaders and all of the members of our committees and for partnering with us in this important work. I already mentioned the July 25th retreat update. I will mention State of the District. Really, it was a really wonderful presentation. It's recorded. You can watch it, and I encourage everyone to do so. I attended the retirement ceremony with Director Ryan, so it was really fun to be able to congratulate all of our retirees. It was a really special ceremony. And then the final reminder is graduations start. So don't forget to pick up your regalia that's hanging out here, and also check for each of the graduations that you're attending to see what the dress code is, because it can look different at different graduations. Make sure you read your emails, make sure you have parking passes, make sure you arrive extra early. There's nothing more stressful than getting caught in traffic, and it's happened. So plan to arrive hours early if you can. But graduations are probably my all-time favorite thing that we do as board directors. It is so special to be able to see students look at their teachers, and like they push us, they just want to get to their teacher and hug them, and it's just such an amazing ceremony. So with that, I will be quiet and I will turn it over to Vice President Callahan for reports. No report? Okay. You want to start at this end? All right, Director Thompson.
Yeah, so I unfortunately didn't get to attend the retirement ceremony. I was at FOC. But there are a lot of people that I personally care for that are retiring this year. So, nice farewell message to them. Thank you for everything that you've done and dedicated towards this district and our students. And I'm going to get emotional, so I'm not going to say any more about it. For FOC, it was the standard budget presentation, and then the proposal information for next year. And then they did have a good discussion about the July retreat and kind of what was being asked. And so there was a lot of good feedback about how helpful they felt that the meeting was with Director Meek and Director Geiger. I think that we really empowered our committees through this process. And so I appreciate the two of you doing that meeting and empowering our committee members, because that was pretty remarkable, the response. The other meeting that happened was MBOC. MBOC meets quarterly, and so again, it was a review of kind of where the things are with bond, when to expect a resolution in front of the board for pulling or drawing more bond funds. There's timing that's really important, and I'll spare you guys, but I did leave okay notes explaining it, but that's on the horizon. And yeah, that's really the biggest items. They didn't get a mill bond or MLO presentation. Superintendent Kane fell ill the day of the presentation, and so hopefully they'll review the materials that have been shared for the July meeting. So.
Thank you. Director Ryan?
I got to attend the secondary school art show here at Legacy. I missed out on a tour of the elementary school, but I arrived early to, I believe it was the retirement ceremony, so I got to catch most of that as well. It was great to see. We subverted a possible fight between two schools because Castleview was labeled as DC at one point, so made sure that change happened to stop that rivalry. But it was a great show, good to see what the kids are putting out, and it's interesting to see the different classes and how the teachers approach their different art projects for the year. Went to State of the District, went to LRPC. The biggest thing that we talked about was discussed today, but also there are 2 new members being suggested to LRPC, so we have that to look forward to as well. We are losing a couple of our members, so it's a wash a little bit, but we have some new folks coming in. It sounds like if the board approves it. And then the retirement ceremony, I just wanted to add that it was very apparent that I was new, and Susan knows people because I was standing at the very end. They would hug Susan and then they'd go, "Who are you?" And so that was a fun experience to have. And then I did go to the legacy signing event, the first one of many, hopefully. It was great to watch those kids get to go on straight into the workforce and see the support of our community that comes through the school and the wonderful things we're doing through CTE.
Director Parker. Maybe.
Okay. I have a secretary update, and so during this period, the board received 22 distinct communications, the most prevalent topics including technology and data privacy, specifically around iReady, discussions regarding collective bargaining agreements, and ongoing concerns for specific community members. Curriculum and technology concerns, iReady, and data privacy. There's a significant concern regarding the use of iReady in schools. Two constituents raised issues regarding its general use and technology opt-out options. Two others specifically cited concerns regarding a recent class action data privacy lawsuit related to the platform. Cell phone policy, a constituent wrote in support of the proposed cell phone policy. And then technology opt-outs related to iReady requests were made for clearer technology opt-out procedures, collective bargaining and personnel. A cluster of communications arrived in early May regarding teacher representation. Two constituents requested the district conduct anonymous or secret ballot elections surveys to determine teacher support for the CBA. A constituent advocated for the return of strong union representation for teachers and educators. And then student services and policy, transportation, a constituent submitted a proposal for a space available bus policy to improve transportation access. Mental health, a student emailed, highlighted current issues and needs within the school mental health systems. Specialized policies concerns were raised regarding the exchange student policy and opposition to the Renaissance Secondary School expansion. Calendar, a student submitted a complaint regarding the school calendar. Community outreach and invitations, events, invitations were received for a Wildfire Resilience Community Expo at Ponderosa High School on May 22nd, and an event featuring Sheriff Darren M. Weekly. Inter-district relations, Sierra Ridge Metropolitan District and Meredith Hallweg regarding a congressional app challenge reached out to establish connections. And meeting requests to constituents requested individual meetings with each individual director. Formal complaints and ongoing concerns. A constituent submitted 6 separate communications regarding ongoing concerns. A constituent filed a formal complaint requesting a board review, accountability, and corrective action. And Douglas County Federation, 2 constituents reached out to discuss experiences and information needs regarding the DC Federation. And praises, Highlands Range High School, a constituent sent a note in praise of the school's dedication to kindness, inclusion, and respect. So that is the secretary summary. As an individual board member, I went to a school visit, Soaring Hawk Elementary School, which was fun because I actually go there every other week as a parent volunteer, but I went as a board director, and I found out there was a bottom level of the school. My kid's a kindergarten, so I only go to the first room and back, and so that was kind of cool to get a completely different experience. I took my kids to the Matilda Junior Musical at Lone Tree Elementary, and it was the coolest elementary school I've ever been to. It sounds like they're losing that teacher to a middle school next year, and so, but whoa, was I impressed, and we listened to the Matilda soundtrack in my car all the time now. I didn't even know there was one. My kids are now passionate about Matilda. I went to the State of DC SD at Castle View Feeder, where I got to see, that is the feeder that I represent, and I got to see many different teachers and principals and employees from the feeder schools, and so that was really cool. Couldn't stay for the whole thing, but was there a little early, communicated with teachers. It was awesome. I went to the DCSD art exhibition for middle and high school, got a personalized tour with my kids. My daughter had very interesting questions about the high school art, which was really fun to explain. Our high school art are very talented, both technically and, creating feeling and emotion in their pieces. I also went to the Teacher Appreciation and Indian Language Competition Awards. Such a fun experience. I was asked to give out awards. I wasn't prepared. I brought my children. They came on stage with me. The community was so kind and lovely to my family. And so it was so cool to see the dances and all of the people in our community that are part of this community really impacted. And yeah, making their culture a priority. It was just awesome. So.
Is that it?
Yeah, that is it.
So I'm going to jump back in real quickly. I was actually able to attend the Saddle Ranch Carnival, Farewell Carnival. It's one of our schools being consolidated, and there was such a large crowd there. We walked there from my house, and they had a kid rock band playing, and it was a wonderful celebration. There was a teacher that showed up that used to teach there who left the district, you know, when everyone left the district in like around 2015 or so. And she came back to see the school. So it really was a draw, and I think it was a really positive event for the community. So just wanted to share that as well. Director Densler.
Since the last time we were together, I had the privilege of also attending the Legacy Art Show here for the middle and high schoolers. I received a wonderful tour by the lovely Lori Lacombe. And the next day I was able to visit Miss Jen DeCapo and her incredible unified sports program at Timber Trail Elementary. I know some of you have also visited. Additionally, I attended the superintendent's State of the District presentation at Ponderosa. It was her first of the day, and she did great, and Debbie was giving her signals, and she was responding amazingly. So I was so impressed by the behind-the-scenes aspect of that. It really is a team effort. I presented at the Douglas County Youth Initiative Awards ceremony last Thursday with the commissioner and several other elected leaders who sit on that board. And that was so inspiring. It was the same time as the retirement ceremony, so I wasn't able to go to that. But wow, we have incredible kids in our district and in our county, and that was so inspiring. I attended the STEM Memorial Walk. It was the first year. That was incredible. We were joined by Sheriff Weekly and Commissioner Layden, and I don't remember the fire chief's name, but we were joined by him as well, and it was just incredibly moving to see the STEM community and the resilience of that community and that school. Tomorrow, I'm really excited. I'm going to the 3rd grade wax museum project at Copper Mesa. So very excited about that. And then finally, and I wanted to end with this, I continued to meet with constituents who have very different opinions than mine, specifically on collective bargaining. And it was such a good reminder to me of something that I've really learned by being on the board, and that is that in life there really are no cartoon villains. So if you're looking for a sign to log off of social media, close the computer, and have hard conversations over coffee with somebody you'd never otherwise hang out with, let it be this. Thank you.
Let's see, I got to go to the Thunderidge Mamma Mia musical, and so I've been listening to ABBA in my car, and I know all the words. I also attended the Indian Language Awards, and they're very appreciative of local members. We had 3 other members of other boards, 2 members of the State Board of Education. That is a community that's very appreciative of that. They have some specific requests that I'm going to be working with Mr. Windsor on about certificates of biliteracy in the various Indian languages. This is my 2nd year. I know much more than I did at that time. I went to the Acres Green 50-year celebration and carnival, a handout specifically to Principal Kristen Sola. That was an amazing program. They had gotten RSVPs from over 600 people. People were taking pictures in the hallways. Old classmates were reuniting. Reminded you how much our schools are a part of our community. And honestly, there wasn't a lot of sadness. Everybody was there to just remember what Acres Green had done for them. And it was a beautifully done program, and people seemed very excited. I do want to take 1 minute on the Perseverance Scholarship, which was mentioned by the superintendent. Go to it at some point. The scholarships are awarded to 14 seniors across the district who have demonstrated perseverance. that kind of story is always difficult, and some of our children have lived through circumstances no one should have to. But what struck me throughout is although they talked to some extent about what they had gone through, they all spoke, and every one of them talked more about where they were going and what they intended to do and what their perseverance meant to them. Wanting to be a lawyer, which I didn't get a chance to talk her out of that, but veterinarians and psychologists and music people, and it was extraordinary to see the parents. It was extraordinary. It's also the last district leadership team meeting of the year, so all the principals are there, many teachers, many speakers, and a couple of the kids had counselors speak for them. Most of the kids didn't cry. All of the counselors sobbed on the stage because what these kids have done. Anybody who will tell you that our kids lack resilience or the ability to move forward needs to go to that and see what our kids could do, because they were truly astonishing. I got to speak to them. The last thing I will say is that a reminder is that June 1st is the Douglas County Foundation for Douglas County Schools golf tournament. It funds the perseverance. So, and as the board contributes to that, we get a foursome. I got one response from Director Meek. Your deadline is tomorrow. If you really wanted to, I know, I saw it. If not, that spot will be filled with staff. And we've got some golf hustlers in our staff, so they will take care of it quite well. So, but again, if you want to do it, I will email Ashley tomorrow. Other than that, and let's see. I've visited 2 middle schools, Mountain Ridge and Crest Hill, to talk about the moving 6th grade to middle school. And I've said this already today. We consolidated 3 schools, are building 2 others with associated boundary changes, and moved 6th grade. And while we did not bite off more than we could chew, there's no way to say that it wasn't a big mouthful for a lot of people in Highlands Ranch. Principals at Crest Hill and Mountain Ridge, as I've spoken to them, they did a great job doing an incredibly, all they had to do was hire teachers, create a staff, create an entire program, and renovate and redo their entire building layout. So that there's amazing work being done at those schools. So that's plenty. Thank you.
Okay, directors, we are about an hour early from what was scheduled. I am going to ask a question, though, at the end of this update section. We always schedule 10 minutes for these updates at the end. We're running, we have a ton of extra time, so spending the time tonight giving the updates is helpful. But what I'd like to know in future meetings, when we are really tight on time, do we want to stick to a 10-minute segment? Because, Director Thompson.
I would just say it's always a lot busier in May and April-May time. So I think updates are longer because of that.
Since we have time, Clark, you're welcome. I have a question about my secretary updates, if that is something. Okay, yeah, if that's something that we want to continue, because it is a little bit of a, I don't know, extends the time of my update, but I wanted to get feedback on what we thought.
I find it valuable.
So, Director Thompson.
I was just going to say, as long as you're okay with the workload, it's a great opportunity to elevate the voice of people that email in, so.
I think I love that it's an accountability piece, speaking to the emails that have been received. I wonder if there's a way to collapse some of the details into categories. So that's all. It's just, we're a big district. We get lots of emails. Yeah. But I think it's really helpful to track the number of emails we're getting, the main topics. So I think it's really helpful and important. And I just wonder if there's a way to collapse some of the categories. I don't know. Say it again, Director Thompson.
I was going to say, I was waiting for there to be one of those times where we get like the big blow up of emails, because
we did, but it was one of the meetings that I didn't.
She's saying you haven't got one.
Oh, I feel like we did, not the 2 meetings ago. We had like 55. I guess. Yeah, and I was one of those people that emailed when you got like hundreds and hundreds, yes.
Okay, so I'm hearing we're going to stick to 10 minutes and we'll all kind of self-regulate. And that's what we'll work towards. Okay. All right, so if there's no other business, is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Callahan and seconded by Director Ryan that the board adjourn. Roll call is required, so Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
And Director Thompson.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0 and the meeting is adjourned. The next meeting of the Board of Ed is scheduled for May 26th. Thank you.